Okay, we're back, y'all. The screen's dark right now because I was setting up some stuff with the Streamlabs here, but for me to be able to simulcast, I've got to have a paid for version apparently. So I've reverted that. Okay, now it looks like I have to sign into the PayPal app to set up the donation thing. There we go. Stream back up. Yeah, I don't hold on, get a text. Next. Copy. I'm just trying to finish this. I don't think this is actually going to work. Next time log in faster with the passkey. No thanks. Passkey. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Allow. Okay. All right, now let me put in my PayPal email address again on the desktop. Okay, can I show you guys the screen now? I think. Okay, there we go. So the only issue is that I can't live stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I want to see if I can trick it to getting because I know I'm simulcasting right now. So let me see if I can trick it into getting me to like use an overlay. Browse all. There we go. What is all this stuff? Rivals, horror, World of Warcraft, simple and minimalist. Okay. Is that it? Kawaii, Grand Theft Auto, anime, retro, Fortnite. Oh. Okay, well, it's either this one. That's kind of cool. Or what about this one? That's Call of Duty. Where's the green one that was up here? This one? Okay, that's weird. Sleek. Intermission. Now ending. Okay, what about this one? Okay, that looks better. Let's give that a shot. It says included with Ultra. Can I even use this one? Oh, this is like all the different screens you can do. Okay. And that's the transition. Okay. Well, let me see if I can do this. If something just I'm gonna click install. If the stream stops all of a sudden, then here, hold on. Here, let me get the PayPal thing out of the way. We sent you a link. Okay, we got it all set up, I think. Let me close that. Let's put let me close PayPal. Okay, there we go. There it is. Okay. Fingers crossed. Okay. Ultra is required, son of a bitch. Let's go back to browse all types, all colors, sort by. You can't sort by free apparently. Those are I see it. They've got a little icon in the top right corner. Okay. They all require. There's no free ones here. They said there were free ones. Oh, here we go. No, that's one too. So they are really pushing that ultra thing hard. They're like, you want to use any of this stuff, bro? So we're gonna make our own. That's fine. We're gonna, because it costs money to join the ultra thing. And I'm looking. I'll work. I know I can make something that's gonna look cool. Something like this. Maybe not this in particular, but I've got some ideas. I think we can do a good job. I really do. We're just gonna save ourselves the money for now. If oh yeah. Well, I mean. Let's take a look. Let's go ahead and close Streamlabs for now. And then I really appreciate Above and Beyond for mentioning it, and I want to use it. It's just money's tight right now. So we will get the Ultra thing is at least for a month, one of these days, to try it out. In the meantime, because we want to simulcast, we're stuck with the free version of OBS, which is fine. I can't afford to use Streamlabs Ultra right now. I must be able to simulcast to Twitch and YouTube for the foreseeable future. Tell me how I might use some free layouts / assets for OBS plugins. And where to find them. No page found. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, that's locked out. These are all for sale. Okay, this will let us stream to Facebook too. Huh. Alright, well there's not any and they're selling these as well. Free. There we go. Oh, this one's free. Let's check this one out. I mean, I feel like we can just... if that's what it's gonna do. I like the idea of my layout better. Okay, well hey, let's actually, let's do this. Let's do this. I got an idea. This way we can still make progress. Here, let's move this down here. We need more time. Damn, man, I gotta bake that chicken too. All right. Shit. I gotta spend some time cooking. I got started late again today. I hate that. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's go back to getting organized. We looked at this and we're gonna put it on blocked. And we're going to add a label to it, and it's gonna be must spend money. Okay. So, oh wait, instead of must spend, I want something else. I want to put cost. I want to put that it cost money. There we go. So we will create that. Okay, good. So it costs money, but it's not, we don't have to spend it. That's why it's on hold. Okay. Because we're not ready to spend yet. So it'll be unblocked until we're ready to spend stuff. So that's cool. Well, that's what all this is. I just need to spend meal prep time tomorrow. I spent like probably 9 hours over the last 2 days making bread because I hadn't had any yeast rolls in forever. You know those big golden sweet yeast rolls you can get from Golden Corral. I wanted some of those. And I had to make them because I'm in Puerto Rico. They don't know about that stuff down here. They know about plantains and they got that. There's what are a couple of dishes that I've had? Ceviche. They got some really good ceviche down here, but they ain't got them southern sweet rolls, man. If I want me some southern sweet rolls, I gotta make them. Okay. So what we're going to do is back here. All right, so that's blocked. However, oh, let's look at the Ko-Fi thing real quick. That's three. No. What's wrong with me? Make money doing what you love. Okay. What you got? Love what you do and make what the money too. Love what you do and make money too. Join all types of creators, getting donations, memberships, and sales from the fans. Payday your way. Decide how you want to earn. Set your own terms to get paid directly, all from one place at your own pace. Create the free account. Connect your own payment method. Send it directly to PayPal or Stripe. Okay, make your own. Choose your own colors. Share with your audience. There are no algorithm deciding. Okay, add more ways to earn. Offer commissions or customer. Ooh. Oh, we could offer like a custom music video for people. I would charge a lot for that though. Like I spent over like 200 hours on the Skyrim music video, so I'm going to charge somebody for it. Why is it so hot here? The AC's working. Because I live in Puerto Rico. Yeah. Well, that and the sun's on this side and everything's concrete and it's just the hottest part of the day, basically. It just gets, because when the sun sets, the sun's just beating down over here and you can't see it because we got the window covered, but the heat's over there. Okay. Well, let's get started. Here, give me a sec. Here, just let me sign up for the Ko-Fi. Nexius. Email address. Okay, here we go. Okay, receive donation or tips. That's fine. Sell products, physical or digital. Offer commissions or services. Let's do that. Okay. Nexius. Can we do my Lord Nexius? Is that too hubristic? Should we just do Lord Nexius? Lord Nexius. Oh, way to go. Feed Nexius? We'll do support Nexius. How about that? There we go. There we go. That's good. Choose image. I know which image we're going to use. We're going to use the that one. That looks terrible. What about this one? There, that's better. Zoom it in. No. Yeah, that one looks that looks best zoomed in. What if we just the beard? Okay. Animation, art, community, design, game development, gaming, health and fitness, music, news, software, science and tech, streaming, video and film, writing, education. Okay. Display name Nexius, bio, here, socials. Copy. Filmmaker. I'm a project manager by day and an aspiring filmmaker by night. Stop by the YouTube channel to get an idea of the type of things I like to create, of the get an idea of the many different things I like to create. Most recently, proud of the Skyrim music video. And then let's link to that. Oh, that's this one. Okay, let me let's hide this again real quick while I look at stuff. Sign it into PayPal. We're connecting to the PayPal account. Okay. Okay. Okay, so here's the donate thing right here. Yup. Okay, so what I'll say is, if you want to leave me just a donation thing, just we'll use Ko-Fi, and then if you want to make monthly donations, would suggest you do that via Patreon, so we can give you access to the Discord server. So, thank you so much for your support. I will. It means a lot. It means a lot, and I will do my best to continue to deliver quality content while growing and increasing my skills and abilities to do even better. There we go, that seems good. Hey Whiskers, man. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. I was waiting for you to get so we're gonna do Elden Ring in a hot minute. This was the schedule. Oh, let's say let's track that we did this. Like we'll say R&D, raise live stream production value. Okay. I haven't really spent a lot of time looking into this kind of stuff. So, and then I had a bunch of, I've been stressed out the last couple of days. So, I think it's because I have a ton of stuff to do and I'm not organized. So we spent the last couple of hours getting organized and everything. Now that we got that done, somebody wanted to make a donation and I didn't have a way for them to donate. So I'm setting that up. And then, once we get done with this, we're going to do some video editing around Elden Ring, because I want to set up here, let me show you. This is in progress. This is the one right here. Update live stream. So we're gonna make something in the video editor that does this, and it's going to be Elden Ring themed. And then as soon as it's done, we'll start the stream for Elden Ring. So maybe like, another 2-3 hours, because it's going to take maybe like an hour or two to make this thing, or at least get it started. We could probably do it in an hour. We'll see. We'll see. Give me a sec. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. There it is. I got to bookmark this too. Here, let's move motion right down there. Edit. To do. Okay. Okay, Whisker, see you in a minute. Okay, that's all set. Ko-Fi, donate setup. Fine. Let me link my Twitch and YouTube real quick. Hold on a sec. Okay, we might turn that off if that gets annoying. So there's a way to get it to chat to Twitch. And I'm setting up the YouTube link right now, and then we'll share the screen again. Place this URL into OBS, Twitch Studio, etc. as a browser source. Okay. So if we copy that and we go... Is there any PII on this page? Okay, that's fine. Here, let's just do this. Add browser. And this is going to be Ko-Fi stream alert overlay. Okay. Okay. Okay, now if I do send test alert. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. We got the Ko-Fi donation thing. That looks good. Call to action. New donation from name. Okay. Show an animated GIF on your stream when you get a Ko-Fi payment. Okay, let's do that too. Let's do add browser. Again, this is going to be Ko-Fi stream animated overlay. Hit OK. Paste that in there. Hit OK. Let's move this to the middle. And then let's test it. Thanks for... Paste your animated GIF or sticker here. Okay. Hold on, look at this. No, that's not it. So we can do a custom. No, wait a second here. Thanks for what? It's cut off. Why is that? Steam alert overlay. Properties. Here. What if we made it bigger? 1920 by 1080. How you like me now? It just says thanks for and then it's cut off. That's interesting. Paste your GIF or sticker URL here. Okay, let's see. Can you make me a custom animated GIF of a 16-bit graphic style wizard casting a spell? Okay, here goes nothing. Let's do hat with brim, bearded, gray robe, lightning casting, background transparent, loop should be idle. Okay, impress me. Should add it to the bio on Twitch. Good call. Let's do that while it's doing the thing. Your page? Public facing Ko-Fi page. This is the one right here. Okay. Oh, page intro. Hey, thank you for your support. If you'd like to donate on a recurring basis, please please become a member of the Patreon, and I'll make sure you get access to the exclusive Discord server. Thank you for your support. Please use this for one-off donations, and thanks again. If you'd like to donate on a recurring basis, please become a member on the Patreon, and then we can copy that. Update. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's all set. That looks good. Now, how do you share? There we go. Copy. That looks good. Okay, now, I want to look at this from a private window really quick. Okay. Okay, this is fine. Hey Noob Fever, we're just setting up a Ko-Fi, but we're just updating the stream. We're actually, I've meant to spend a little time updating the stream and stuff for a couple of weeks now, and we're spending the time now. So we just got the Ko-Fi page set up. You should see the little donate thing right there. Oh, that's the overlay. Let's move this. Let's move that over there like that. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so we got the link. We're going back to the Twitch page. Where do we do this? It's under content. Is it settings? Channel? Looks good. Social links. Facebook, YouTube. Let's get rid of the Facebook. Link title. Paste. Donations are welcome, and there we go. Okay, so now if we look at the page of Twitch, okay. Oh, that's right. There's those little things down there. So we've got brand, schedule, featured content, stream events, about. Okay, ooh, here's our custom wizard GIF. Is it animated? It's not animated. You're right, the image sprite is a single frame sprite. To create the actual animation with the looping sequence you described, now generate the individual frames and assemble them into an animated GIF with a transparent background. Here's how I'll proceed. Okay. We're trying to get a custom animation for the Ko-Fi thing. Here goes nothing. Okay. But it's a PNG and not a GIF. Why do I feel like this isn't Okay. All right. Well, we'll mess with that later. You failed me, Chat GTP. You can't do it. You don't know what you're doing. What we are gonna do though is ask. At the bottom of my Twitch page, I have links and images to things. They're basically like cards or info boxes. How do I update / change these? Channel. Okay, that's fine. Go to channel. That's where we are. Edit toggle to the bottom channel page to see the current panel. Scroll. All right, so we hit channel. Brand. Schedule. Featured content. Stream events. Home. Community, content, clips, settings, stream, channel. Add a new panel. What if I just go to home? Hey, thanks, Swanti. I'm sorry, I just saw chat. How long has it been? Oh. Nexius with the beard. Missed out. I remember the Swifty days. Hey, we're going to get in touch with Swifty later this week, hopefully. So maybe we can bring back some nostalgia or something. I'm just trying to figure out how to do something on Twitch real quick. Content. Monetization. Settings, stream, channel. Just beneath your stream or the offline screen, flip the edit panel switch to on. Scroll to the bottom of your channel page and see the current panels. Click and select top right and select channel. Okay, let's try that again. Go here and just click channel. Channel. There it is. There it is. that one. Okay. There. Let's bookmark the Ko-Fi right there under socials. Let's do edit. This will be Ko-Fi. Okay, good to know. All right, so we're all set with that. We're done with that. All right, we can mark this as done, actually. So we're going to come over here. And we got Ko-Fi all set up. Let's mark that as completed. All right, now, update live stream layout per wireframe. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to get into all this stuff. And now, okay, so we've done our business development. Oh, shit, it's time to exercise, actually. Okay, all right, well, let's keep with the agenda. Here we go. All right, let's move this up here, right there. Okay. It shouldn't. I'm just going to have to keep jumping up to check the chicken, but whatever. We'll do it. I can push it out another hour or two. Oh, shit. Oh, thank you, Above and Beyond. I appreciate it. I also appreciate all the suggestions you've provided today. I think we've really increased the. Well, I think we've raised the production value of the stream a little bit. You know, we're going to spend more time doing it right now. In fact, because we're going to make the video overlay thing after we get done with the exercising. So I will check that donation. I want to be surprised. I will check that donation in a before the stream's over or before you have to leave Above and Beyond. So let me know if you got to leave. I'll check it. Otherwise, you know, we're going to keep going for a couple hours. So let's get the exercising done. We all know this stuff. We've seen these before. This is I've got to exercise, y'all, because if I don't, there's a whole long list of things that happen if I don't exercise. The short list would be my back gets sore, I get depressed, my joints pop and crap, and I don't feel good. So that's enough reason for me to take a little break every day and do some of this stuff right here, and it just helps my lower back. It helps keep me limber and ensures that I won't be pushing around a rocker when I turn 60. So let's do that right there. Okay, perfect. Okay. And I'd encourage you folks, if you can, you know, obviously if you've got some sort of pre-existing condition or you already had your workout today or whatever, you know, you don't mind me. But if you can, you know, I'd encourage you folks to get up from the desk and get up, move around, stretch out a little bit, just because it helps everything. Yeah, grinding the grind. Cool. So let me go take a quick bio break, and then we're gonna come back and get the exercise out of the way, and then we're gonna do an Elden Ring themed video overlay for the live stream, and then or at least get the prototype done. We probably won't get all the banner stuff I want to do done today. We'll just get like a placeholder there, and that'll speed up things anyway, and then we can get over to Elden Ring. But I got some ideas, and I'm gonna guinea pig them on y'all. So let me get through the exercising, and we're gonna cool off a little bit. It takes me a minute to cool off. It gets fucking hot in here. I always tend to exercise at the hardest part of the day in here anyway too, so whatever. Let me stop rambling. Let me just go. I'm gonna be right back, I promise. I'm a man of my word. Okay. There we go, a little ambiance. Be right back. That's all good one. Here, relax. Relax. That's a nice kitty. Hold on, just hold on. I can't. Just give me a second. You want to get down? What do you want? Let me make myself a reminder real quick because it just popped into my head. Add card. It's gonna be add commissions to Ko-Fi. Add card, and this will be a label revenue. There we go. And then this is going to be you can offer services for a price via Ko-Fi. So, you know, offer something for a goodly amount of money, like, you know, custom music video, and link the Skyrim music video. You know, you spent like 200 hours on that thing, so, you know, figure out an appropriate price. Okay, let's, because maybe some big baller wants some sort of music video or something. Who knows? I'd be happy to do it. I'd be happy to take it, be commissioned to make somebody a music video. So we'll put that on the priority list too. All right, now, what I just realized was it would probably behoove of me to, because I'm going to be exercising. Actually, let's update the agenda. There we go. We're getting through it. Okay. Yep, and we're going to do the live stream layout, and then we're over to Elden Ring. So we're getting close to the gaming, y'all. I'm going to go actually start the chicken. I'm going to bake a chicken in the air fryer while I'm exercising because I got to get up and check the chicken every couple of minutes anyway. So may as well do that while I'm exercising, right? Okay. Now, and then we'll put on some sort of documentary when I get back. Okay. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes while I get dinner in the oven, and then we'll be back to exercise. And then when I'm done exercising, dinner should be done, and then we can start the layout for the custom Elden Ring video live stream layout, and then we can play Elden Ring. So that's what's going on. Thanks for bearing with me. Let's make this full screen. I'll be back in like maybe like 5-10. BRB. Putting dinner in the oven. Okay. All right, I feel good about that. Oh, here, let's just, whoa. Okay, I appreciate.
And I know you've been wondering if we have any big news for you at this event. Well...
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the mic was muted. I was saying, we've watched the documentary, we've watched the development, I guess, talks on Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. This is more of like a documentary on Diablo 3 because nobody who worked on Diablo 3 wants to talk about it. So somebody made a video. So this is like probably the most comprehensive video on the development of Diablo 3 that I think that's out there. I mean, the thing's almost got 1 million views. It only came out a year ago. So we're going to give it a shot. And this way we have something more entertaining than just the Skyrim music while I'm in the kitchen. And this way I'm going to listen to it on my headphones. I'll tune into my own live stream and listen to this. So I'm super interested to see the difference, the juxtaposition between the development of Diablo 1 and 2 and this. So it should keep us entertained while I'm in the kitchen, and then we're wrapping up the exercise. Here goes. See you in about 10-15 minutes.
As it turns out, we do.
Diablo fans, where are you at?
I think we've added way more quests. We've randomized the quests.
Every class gets traits that are unique to them.
So this is an evolution of the Diablo 2 skill system.
5 kinds of runestones drop in 7 rarities.
PvP battle arenas.
The talisman is a dedicated inventory for your charms.
Diablo's launch on New Year's Eve 1996 marked the beginning of a series that offered an inimitable sense of wonder as players explored labyrinthian dungeons where danger, mystery, and the promise of tantalizing loot lurked around every corner. This addictive formula crowned the franchise as the king of action RPGs for over a decade. In its prime, Blizzard Entertainment's brand became synonymous with quality. Their stringent standards led to nearly as many game cancellations as releases. They conquered every genre they attempted: real-time strategy with Warcraft and StarCraft, MMOs with World of Warcraft, and action RPGs with Diablo, produced by their San Francisco subsidiary, Blizzard North. In June of 2000, Diablo 2 refined the ARPG again, and fans awaited a sequel with bated breath. The following 8 years of silence were tumultuous development hell behind the scenes. The project was cancelled, restarted, then cancelled again, resulting in Blizzard North's closure in 2005. For about a year, Diablo 3 was put on ice, until a small team at Blizzard South was formed, bringing on Jay Wilson as game director, who had strategy games and shooters under his belt. The problem? Most of the core team had left during the Blizzard North exodus, so new blood had to almost blindly figure out how Diablo ticked, make it fresh and compelling to new players, while also appeasing fans of a decade-old game. No easy task. Post World of Warcraft, playing it safe for Diablo 3 wouldn't do, and the company culture at the time was obsessed with the seemingly unattainable concept of perfect game design. With over 11 million paying subscribers in its heyday, WoW became the template for all Blizzard games moving forward, and its corporate owners wanted something bigger, better, and more profitable out of the Diablo franchise. When Diablo 3 finally released after a 12-year wait, we greeted it with both praise and controversy. And, despite years of patches, events, and an expansion pack, purists felt the game failed to capture the essence of classic Diablo. So how did this shift in design occur, and why? Where did things go wrong? Performing the Atlantean effort of besting the king of action RPGs is no picnic. But we have the benefit of over a decade of hindsight, videos, and documentation, so this is less of a condemnation of past mistakes and more of a history lesson to avoid these pitfalls in the future. This is the cautionary tale of Diablo 3. On June 28, 2008, 8 years to the day of Diablo 2's release, Mark Morhaime revealed its sequel at the Blizzard Worldwide Invitational in Paris, France.
The original Diablo almost single-handedly invented the action role-playing genre. Today, we will show you how Diablo 3 improves on that legacy to provide a better role-playing game and a better action game.
As declared the previous December, Activision was acquiring Blizzard in a $19 billion deal, which was finalized 2 weeks after this event. This provided strong motivation for Diablo 3's early announcement to make a big show of how worthwhile that investment was. After the cinematic reveal, which flaunted Blizzard's mastery over CGI, we saw a lengthy gameplay demo which showed off the first two classes, Barbarian and Witch Doctor. World of Warcraft and Spider-Man 2 artist Brian Morazro's new visual direction was brighter and more stylized compared to the previous games, but some fans weren't keen on the softer, colorful direction for the grimdark demon slaying of Diablo. This debate got very heated among a subset of fans, with a petition to change the art style signed by tens of thousands. But instead of addressing it, the producer basically responded with, "Color is your friend. We like variety." The devs would go on to playfully mock the purists by promoting cartoonish parodies of Diablo on banners and on some t-shirts they wore. The secret bonus level filled with cutesy Care Bear-esque creatures, Whimsyshire, was also born out of this conflict with the fans.
And being fans ourselves, we really wanted to explore the idea of what made us so, what got us into the game in the first place, what made it so enjoyable for us over the years to play and work on this franchise. So that's really where we started from, was just going back to Diablo, taking a look at where we started, where we came from, and really kind of condense it down to its core so that we could move forward as an art staff. And really what we discovered was this is kind of visually a horror game. That's what we were going after, was trying to capture that feeling of a horror genre. And one of the really interesting things that we were finding through Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, from an art standpoint, which was really interesting to us, was our memory of what Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 were. It was a little bit different than what the actuality of it was. Visually speaking, we were remembering it as a much more dark, kind of gray, colorless game, but when we played through the two previous franchises, we were discovering a lot of vibrancy in both the creatures and the environments, and that's something that we wanted to expand upon in Diablo 3 as well.
While it's true that Diablo wasn't all grayscale, Diablo 2 especially, with its outdoor landscapes, introducing green in the grasslands and jungle, gold in the desert, and red in hell, but it was still much starker than Diablo 3's hazy, color-tinted style. And it's not like YouTube and the Diablo Battle Chest weren't available in 2008, allowing gamers to see the discrepancy themselves. The Diablo games had more in common with dark fantasy works, such as Legend, Dracula, and Willow. In a post-mortem, Diablo co-creator David Brevik credited an artist's visit to a real-life Gothic church as the inspiration for Tristram's Cathedral. The Diablo 3 team seemed sincere and transparent in their approach, but some enthusiasts viewed this denial of the change as gaslighting. Despite early resistance, the game's art style remained consistent, even after Morazro departed.
His replacement, Christian Lichtner, later shared the motivation behind the art style and his thoughts on the controversy. For people that play the game now, I don't hear that feedback anymore. They realize that it's still a very dark game. It has a certain mood to it that's very Diablo. We also wanted to make sure that we kept it open to a wider audience. We didn't want to create an art style that would exclude people. Sometimes when you make something that's very gory, even borderline vile, that could happen.
Visual debates aside, the gameplay reveal was impressive and immediately familiar to Diablo 2 players, acting as sort of a development bridge between the two games. Both characters employ basic melee weapon attacks and active skills fueled by a resource that appeared to be mana. The gameplay showed 7 skill or spell slots, along with 2 belt slots for scrolls and potions. As previewed here, they planned to have consumable scrolls for identifying items, revealing treasure on the map, summoning pets, and randomizing the magic affixes on your gear. Looking closely at the inventory screen, there are quality of life improvements that address inventory space issues. These include the talisman that holds charms, announced later, and all items, big or small, fill a common slot size. What appeared to be room for additional slots was available and locked as your character progresses. At first glance, this update to Diablo seemed faithful to what fans knew and loved. The Barbarian played similarly to the last game, while a new class, Witch Doctor, used crowd control, area of effect, and long-range magic, but also relied on basic weapon attacks as their main left-click skill. This obviously changed in later iterations of the game. The game director, Jay Wilson, made it clear that a lot of focus was on quality of life features and removing problems they identified. The devs took several design cues, not from other RPGs, but from popular action and shooter games at the time. Mana potions were removed entirely and replaced with other mechanics to restore your skill resources. To combat the problem of players spamming the potion button during fights, they tried a delayed auto-heal function in early development, like in Halo, but they scrapped that idea after gameplay slowed while testers ran away and hid. Health potions returned, but were now limited in number and put on cooldown. Supplementing this, they made the game more aggressive by adding the often touted health globes, which drop from slain enemies and instantly heal you upon walking over them. This was credited to God of War, but really, there are hundreds of games with health pickups going back to the 80s. The boss here at the end of the demo, shown here in Act 1, was an early design of the Siegebreaker found in Act 3 of the finished game. It was a huge but straightforward boss creature with no cutscene introduction and a single health bar, but offered a brutal, one-phase slugfest, just like you'd expect of the previous games in the series. In this preview, player deaths result in brutal execution animations, something either removed later in development or never implemented beyond this demo. But this gave us a skewed impression of what to expect from the big bads in the final game, like Belial, Azmodan, and the Butcher. Those battles had invincibility phases, timed damage zones, and played more like a minigame, compared to the standard combat loop with any other creature. Some fans pointed out that early demos had superior audio design to the final game, but this may be a misunderstanding. Firstly, the on-stage gameplay can artificially enhance the audio impact due to concert-grade speakers and huge subwoofers. Secondly, these previews often lacked music, so it was all sound effects, amplifying the action. But one point could be that the sound effects of D3, although higher fidelity, appear to be compressed to maintain safe and clean volume levels. Diablo 2's heavy-handed audio was far from perfect, but it had distinct clinks and clangs for each item type when they dropped. Enemies grunted and recoiled when hit, and the sound design was loud and appropriately crunchy during battle. Enemies in Diablo 3 flash, with no reaction animation or grunts upon taking damage, and the game's cleaner sound design lacked the thump and power felt in the previous games. A sort of reverb effect seems to be present during many spells and attacks, further dampening the signal-to-noise ratio, with less peaks and valleys in the game's audio. Another loss beyond the devs' control was the departure of Diablo composer Matt Ullman a year before this announcement. Other artists completed about 90% of the soundtrack, which drastically changed the mood and atmosphere of the game. Lead world designer Leon Boyarsky teased a renewed focus on storytelling and role-playing in the game.
Now, and another thing you saw on the demo yesterday was that we have a new conversation system. In the previous games, it was all monologues. And our little equation here is conversations are better than monologues, and monologues are longer. Even if it's the same number of words, a monologue can feel twice as long. It's not the best way to get information to have somebody just talk at you. It's a much quicker, easier, more entertaining device to have a conversation where your character comes to the table knowing certain things maybe the player doesn't know, but things that can be revealed through a conversation. It's much more interesting. It gives you a sense of discovering things as a player. We can also give your character a history that the player doesn't necessarily have to know about that can be discovered throughout the game. This way we can create backgrounds for your characters. People from your character's past can come back to haunt him. We can bring in class quests that could be very interesting. Each class will have different views of the story, which will be played out through these conversations. It just basically makes it more interesting. I think that the bottom line beyond all this is it really gives us a way to put the hero that you're playing at the center of the story. Your hero can drive the story as opposed to being an errand boy. You can decide what is the best thing to do.
Boyarsky is a Fallout, Arcanum, and Vampire Bloodlines veteran, so you can feel his passion for classic RPGs as he talks. The role of lead writer and story director fell on Blizzard favorite and jack-of-all-trades, Chris Metzen, however. Gamers were excited to witness the follow-up to a series that hadn't seen a release for 7 years. And despite some nagging issues, there was a rock concert energy filling the crowds, who cheered and screamed at the cinema-sized screen teasing the most anticipated PC game of the decade. Exhilaration like this simply can't be bought. However, this early version of Diablo 3 would go through significant changes over the following 4 years, further straying from the path of its predecessor.
Before we begin, I'd like to remind you all that what you're going to see today is work in progress. Nothing is final.
You can say that again.
A limited demo of Tristram Cathedral was playable for ticket holders and journalists at BlizzCon later that year. We saw a deeper dive into Diablo 3, and here is where major departures begin to unfold. The development team explained that they had brainstormed several new progression systems in order to circumvent hoarding skill points or locking oneself into an imperfect build. Ideas included updating Diablo 2 system, World of Warcraft's talents, other out-of-the-box ideas, and even a strange variation of the Herodric Cube. Blizzard arrived in 2 concepts they liked the most. Both were randomly dropped items, one that provided a skill and one that modified a skill. This was fairly similar to the tomes found throughout Diablo 1's dungeons, which leveled up an ability each time one was read. The removal of the light radius system in the game caused most areas to be always bright and visible, reducing the sense of mystery and enemy ambush opportunities behind pillars, walls, and doors. Monsters now disappear or reappear in fully lit areas when outside of your line of sight, almost resembling a pop-in glitch. A new trailer for the third character class, the Wizard, showcased a darker version of Diablo 3 with a light radius and grimmer environment, but they may have staged this effect in post-production to get more of a cinematic feel. She then confronts the Skeleton King Leoric in a dramatic affair. Close-ups, facial expression, and everything. When asked about the light radius effect, Wilson claimed they couldn't recreate that in a 3D world due to the baked-in lighting in the older game's 2D artwork.
A lot of the light models that they use for Diablo 2 don't translate either because they're not real light models. They're faked and they're done in the style that befits a 2D game.
And while it may have been tougher to accomplish then, Vicarious Visions successfully replicated the light radius effect in the 2021 Diablo 2 remake. It was at this event where they announced the replacement of all basic weapon attacks with so-called signature skills, weaker active abilities that generate mana rather than consume it. This change would literally disable the use of your weapon's base attack after your first 2 abilities are unlocked, undermining the need for different weapon types at all. With this came the announcement that attributes were locked and automatically increased with each level up, making loot and gear upgrades by default the single most important aspect of the game. With these announcements, they set the priority and guidelines for the sequel. No base attacks, active abilities only, loot determines character, and no swappable weapon sets. With only a drip feed of updates since BlizzCon, the community manager shared some interesting tidbits regarding the question about level design and the pitfalls of randomly generated environments.
Micah Whipple, aka Bashiok, replied, "Randomized levels can indeed create a very generic feeling if not done well. We're working really hard to ensure that doesn't happen, though. It's actually one of the reasons why our exterior layouts aren't randomized. It's extremely difficult to have wide open areas be randomized as well as interesting. Instead, we have static exterior zones where the roads, towns, and edges are always in the same place. To keep some bits of random in there, though, we have a bunch of small, medium, and large pieces cut out of them. In those cutout pieces, the game can then place the randomized adventure sets. They could be artistic in nature, a fountain, an abandoned cart. They could spawn extra enemies, or they could spawn quests."
It wasn't exactly articulate, but it seemed like replayability and the unpredictable were returning with full force. We'll see how that pans out. A month later, BlizzCon 2009 launched, but was easily the slowest year for Diablo 3 updates. The biggest announcement was the Monk class, which was showcased through a cinematic trailer and gameplay reveal. They confirmed skill trees at the event, but system designer Wyatt Cheng discussed the way they were addressing skill points during a Q&A, and that they aimed to mitigate the point stuffing into one skill issue in Diablo 2.
The synergy system did really good things in 1.10 for the skill system that was there. The skill system that's in Diablo 3 currently, I don't think the need for them exists in the same way. In Diablo 2, the synergies, a lot of times you had like wasted points because you were making, say, like a frozen orb sork or something, and then you had all these other skills that you got in the way, and it felt really wasteful and negative to the player. So the synergies help to support that. The skill system's so different in Diablo 3 that I don't think synergies will be needed in that way. That said, the player still needs a breadth of customization options. So we are looking at maybe easier to understand synergies or something that would be more appropriate for whatever the final skill system ends up being.
Most of the story and gameplay elements announced in 2008 were still in play, and most of 2009 was vague progress reports. The team spent much of the past year filling in content and designing classes, monsters, and skills. Curiously, in a Spike TV interview with Jeff Keighley, Wilson had a revealing answer about the priority of development regarding the game's core feature, loot and item design.
It's not one that we have to kind of solve too early. Itemization tends to come later in the process. Once you've kind of got all your environments and your monsters and tuning done, then you go through and layer in kind of dense itemization. But we definitely want to get rid of those Diablo 2 problems, even if it means Magic Find gets taken completely off of items.
The Diablo 3 team was focused on making their game different, exciting, and streamlined over the Diablo 2 experience. But in doing so, they left the most important thing about these games, the pursuit of interesting loot, as one of the last things to develop. And as we'll soon see, the list of features put before itemization grew and grew.
Later that year, the skill tree question was qualified during an interview with Jay Wilson and the DiabloFans.com community manager Sixon.
Wilson wrote, "About that, we've decided to remove the tree-type architecture and we are moving into a purely skill-based system. This new system is still in the development stages, and if it does not work, we still have plenty of options to fall back on. Right now, we're just trying different things and getting a feel for the few ideas in regards to the skill system that we have going on right now. It differs from the World of Warcraft Diablo 2 type hierarchical styles and is more of a skill pool path than a tree per se."
With the third attempt at making the game now reaching its third year into development, they threw the skill system into a state of uncertainty, with confusion about whether or not it used the skill tree. Community updates and tweets didn't help clarify things. Skill trees were confirmed dead, but then revived because of constant redesign. These changes seemed to move away from Diablo 2's system without a clear destination. At Gamescom 2010, many new developments were revealed. The way mana resources worked, convenience items, and more insight into the innovations over Diablo 2.
Well, we announced a new feature at Gamescom called Artisans. They will lend their help to you as craftsmen. There's a blacksmith, a jeweler, and a mystic. So we always try to look for ways to make any feature that we add play into the drop system. With crafting, you need materials to make items and to do a lot of the enchantments and things like that. So what you can do is you can use a cube-like device that we've added to the game to take your items and break them down into essentially the raw materials of making magic items. That's usually when we look at something and we say we don't like it. It's not, if the players like it and we say we don't, it's not because we don't appreciate their reasons. It's that we're looking at it and saying, you know, yeah, we know why you want that, but actually there's got to be a better way. Town portals were a convenience feature to be able to get back to the town and manage your inventory. Having to go back to town every time your inventory filled, which was quite frequent in Diablo 2, it breaks the pace of combat a lot, more so than we wanted. It also is a really, really terrible combat exploit. You can drop a town portal anywhere and get out of any problem. We tried tons of ways to fix it. Cooldowns on town portals. We tried doing one-way teleports. We tried making town portal scrolls really rare. And so we eventually came to the conclusion that they just had to be removed. But what that means is that we now have to solve the problem of, what do I do when my bag is full?
How about you can't click on a town portal if you're in combat?
You don't need to manage your items at town. If you can do it out in the world, you don't need to go back as often, and town portals become irrelevant.
Blizzard removed Town Portal Scrolls, later replacing it with the Stone of Recall the following year, which essentially did the same thing but had unlimited uses outside of combat. They later renamed this back to Town Portal, completing the cycle. The team also gave new names and mechanics to each class's mana-equivalent resources: Rage, Hatred, and Arcane Power, among others. These resources would have unique methods of regeneration, over time, through signature skill usage, or triggered by certain events. This was generally well received as providing depth and personality to each class, but in a way seemed to contradict the pillar set by the devs of removing unnecessary math and complexity from the game.
I can say that this BlizzCon, in terms of Diablo news, will be the biggest one that we've ever had.
BlizzCon 2010 was a lot more eventful than last year's trickle feed of Diablo news. The cinematic trailer for the new Demon Hunter class had a style and panache that was exciting, using in-engine graphics. But like the previous trailers for Wizard and Monk, these may have misled fans to believe that this was the way dialogue and story would actually play out. Close-ups of your character, in-game cutscenes that were not told from a bird's-eye view, and cinematic action scenes. Though just barely visible in the 2008 reveal, the Talisman officially made its debut here. This 9-slot mini-inventory was touted as the solution for managing charms, which were planned to return from Diablo 2 without clogging up players' inventories. Then, Chris Metzen dropped the bomb. Arena-style PvP was coming to Diablo 3.
Nothing like a little old hyper-violence for your Friday morning. Guys, in similar fashion, in the play demo hall, you will be able to, show up, pick your favorite class, and beat the brains out of each other, right? So have a great deal of fun doing that this afternoon, throughout the weekend.
This whiplash sent fans into exhilaration as they rushed to the demo hall for a chance to duke it out in team deathmatches. Wizards, in particular, seemed to have an edge in this early meta, with its laser of death disintegrate, melting other players with ease. So even this early demo suggested Blizzard had their work cut out for them to balance PvP while maintaining the sanctity of solo and co-op play. The rules and team size would evolve, from 2v2 in early demos, 3v3, then eventually settling on 4v4. But the thrill of having organized versus in Diablo for the first time instantly sold this mode as a most wanted feature. More on this as the years go on. Another announcement: Traits introduced a strong compromise for the lack of attribute points. The team argued this was a way to separate passive skill points from active skill points, so players wouldn't swing 100% one way or the other. Each of the planned 30-odd traits for each class were unique modifiers for your character, not incremental bonuses like single-digit percentages or minor buffs. These were game changers. Just a few examples include automatically zapping nearby enemies, using hit points as mana, significant attribute bonuses, loot drop adjustments, doubling your armor while a wizard protection spell is active, and even intimidating vendors for better prices. Traits would also have 1 to 5 ranks you could attain with point expenditure, allowing even more customization and build investment. And last but not least, the team revealed the Runestone system, a set of 5 socketables, specifically designed to attach to your skills, not your items. Their initial names were descriptive: Viper, Hydra, Striking, Multi-Strike, and Power. But the team didn't like how the names sounded thematically, and pigeonholed them into limited ideas. Runestones then became the less restrictive Obsidian, Alabaster, Indigo, Crimson, and Golden. Runestones were destined to be the killer app for Diablo 3. As actual items in your inventory, players would seek them out, grind for them, and socket one into each and every skill, allowing for an even wider range of abilities and builds than ever before. They also came in 7 ranks, which boosted the power level and the visual feedback of each effect, with the higher ranks available only in later difficulty modes. The team also went back and forth about picking up runes as is, versus the idea of making gray runes that you could attune to a skill of your choice, permanently binding the item into that particular skill modifier. Fans were quick to compare the skill-oriented Runestone system to the runes in Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, which were rare items you could collect and socket into weapons and gear. Secret combinations of runes would grant powerful affixes to your items, which decreased their accessibility but magnified their mystique and desirability. Players had repeatedly asked about rune words in Q&As, but the Diablo 3 team had no interest in returning to that system.
In Diablo 2, there were rune words. Will you be keeping and maybe expanding this system?
No comment at this time.
Lead content designer Kevin Martins described the game's BattleNet functionality, seamless drop-in, drop-out co-op, and delved into their progress with the Runestone system. This is mostly territory covered before. More innovative, however, was Martin's description of randomly generated locations and the debut of randomized quests.
We have random dungeons, random monsters, random loops, pretty much random everything. Every time you go around a corner in a dungeon, you don't know if you're going to see a brand new quest that you've never seen before. You might see the same monster, but with totally new powers. You might see a totally different monster. That aspect of it is one of the things that Diablo is most well known for, and I think that we do that better than anyone. I think we've added way more quests, more variety of quests. We've randomized the quests and have these sorts of quests that are self-contained. For example, if you enter a dungeon in Diablo 3, there might be somebody standing at the entrance like a treasure hunter saying, "Hey, I heard stories about the idol of Rignar that is hidden somewhere in this dungeon. Help me find it and you can share in the reward." Then you go through the dungeon and protect this guy. Then you'll find the idol and you'll get the reward. People will turn on you. You're never quite sure what is going to happen. We're adding all those random elements all over the world. There is way more quest content overall than Diablo 2, period.
Random quests were a feature that circled around the internet, often indirectly, and became part of the palpable hype surrounding the game, found in forums, early promotional texts, and whispers among the community for a while. As the official website for the game continued to evolve, features, names for items or systems, and modes such as the PvP arena were in a state of constant flux. The vague idea of randomized quests were eventually called encounters, later returning under the name events. Behind the scenes, Jay Wilson hired Josh Mascara, a veteran game designer he previously worked with at Relic Entertainment. Mascara directed the not-so-secret console edition of the game, hinted at and rumored for years, no doubt coordinating and influencing one another for parity between PC and console. Around this time, the talisman system for storing charms was pronounced dead. The team had tried various approaches: a static storage for up to 9 charms, or a color-coded system where you could link charms of the same color for extra bonuses, kind of like a match 3 game. But per their design goals, it was just too much math, caused analysis paralysis, and slowed the game down when you got a new charm. Some of the team also argued that it was redundant to standard gear. Pragmatically though, Cheng said they cut talismans and charms to reduce the game's scope. At a press event in July, Blizzard invited content creators to visit their offices and get behind-the-scenes details and early access to the game, with the embargo lifting in August. Among these, Force Gaming and Sixen documented their thoughts on the state of Diablo 3, and from what we know now, this build was a little under a year out from release.
We completely overhauled the way that we author all of the skills. That meant that we pretty much started over on everything and redid it all from scratch.
This event came with a slew of new revelations. The entire skill tree, skill points, trait system, and trait points were all removed from the game, replaced with automatic unlocks at specific levels for both active skills and a redesigned set of passive skills, with more passive skill slots unlocked at level milestones. A few traits were repurposed somewhat as passive skills, while others were cut from the game, as they were now exploitable or unworkable with the at-will skill selection system. The reasoning for this, like many other removed features, was to lessen the ability for players to make inefficient or poor builds. But in doing this, your character was now homogenized with all other characters of that class and level, completely stripping it of its identity. This change also removes one way to mitigate the randomness of itemization. Loot drops could be generous or they could be cruel, so traits or attribute points in previous games were a way to give control back to the player on how their character progressed. Furthermore, Blizzard missed an opportunity to make auto-leveling optional in Diablo 3, which would have helped new players while also providing veterans with more choices, as found in games like Mass Effect. Providing a more customizable character really had no downside, but any potential of making an imperfect build was considered a fault to the team. At worst, players would make inferior builds compared to the default setting that they could respec at some cost. At best, a min-maxer could cook up something better than anything the devs imagined.
When we put the game out into internal alpha, we had the system that we've shown previously at BlizzCon, where you had 7 slots. You put skills in those slots, and then you could assign skill points to improve them. The skill point system says to players, if you really want to be optimum, you should dump everything into 1 skill or 2 skills. We tried to fight that a little bit by having kind of escalating caps on skills, but it didn't really work. The other side of it was, by popular demand, we put in respec. Players would get their starter attack skill, and they'd put points into it, which was great. But what would happen is they'd level up, they'd get to that next skill they want. They'd have Magic Missile, they'd get to Arcane Orb and decide, I don't want Magic Missile anymore, I want Arcane Orb. So they'd respec that early skill, take 5 or 6 points out of it, and mass dump them into Arcane Orb. So those two things kind of warred against one another, and we decided, well, what happens if we just take skill points out? And just say, you know what, let's just choose your skills, and that's what's most important. It's not a game like World of Warcraft where you start with Fireball at level 1, and at level 85 you're still using Fireball. A game like Borderlands actually has a great model because their attacks are tied into items, and you're used to items cycling out all the time, so it feels really natural. But for Diablo, it felt really unnatural. That's the way you naturally want to play, so we're going to let you do that. And the restrictions that we put in was to cap that total number of skills, both as you level up, but also we even pulled the cap down a little bit to 6 skills. People could kind of get everything they wanted at 7, but at 6, they started having to make really hard choices about what, and it seems like just 1 skill difference, but it actually made a big impact. I think this might be the first skill system that we've ever done where the player's first instinct is not going to be to go to a website and find out what their build is.
In panels and interviews, Jay Wilson claimed lowering skill slots made builds more decisive and interesting, and made players struggle to find their ideal set of abilities, instead of being able to get all the ones they wanted. So the original 7 skill slots were now 6. The more cynical players immediately suspected the console version for inspiring this change. After all, using 4 face buttons and 2 triggers or bumpers was a reasonable controller layout for abilities. But as a sequel to a PC-exclusive game, the obvious comparison is the more flexible Diablo 2, which utilized F1 through F8 as skill hotkeys, unlimited manual skill selection, plus a mappable left-click ability. Blizzard then surprised us with a new feature, 2 in-game auction houses, one where players could trade items for in-game gold, another where you could buy and sell for real-life money, transferred to and from your PayPal account. Selling entire characters was going to be allowed at a later date, which was confusing considering the previous progression announcement. Diablo 2 and WoW players were tired of being banned or penalized for third-party trading, so they considered the prospect of being able to earn some extra scratch while playing their favorite game a mostly positive addition at the time. The proposed fees would change over time, but the final fee would be a flat $1 charge on any single item successfully sold, and a 15% transaction fee for stackable items. For the gold auction house, 15% of your in-game currency would also be taken on a sale, for whatever reason. There were a lot of sensible restrictions too, like region locking auction houses so you could avoid international scamming and interference, and hardcore characters would have a separate, gold-only auction house. An interesting coincidence, and perhaps an important precedent, was that just 1 year before they announced Diablo 3, eBay had officially banned the sale of digital in-game items, like the ones sold in Diablo 2 and WoW. Perhaps the auction house was an answer to that void in the marketplace. Blizzard also revealed 2 new special items that would appear in your equipment screen and could be used anywhere. The Cauldron of Jordan could sell items for you, even outside of town, and the Nephilim Cube granted the ability to salvage gear into materials. These additions had the side effect of removing much of the need to return to town, or for towns to even exist. With potions diminished, health globes everywhere, and now with sales and salvage in your inventory, the only town-exclusive features were crafting and quests.
I've been healed.
Interestingly, during this press event, Jay Wilson said he did not want Diablo 3 to become an esport, despite the obviously competitive presentation of PvP up to this point. This was an odd stance, considering the several live events held which showed off team deathmatch against real players and developers, and the competitive scene of games like StarCraft and World of Warcraft. Perhaps hitting the brakes on competitive Diablo was a wise decision in the long run. After all the millions of dollars of advertising and tournament prizes, Heroes of the Storm proved that even with the weight of Blizzard behind it, esports are adopted, not designed. This also came with the notice that Diablo 3 was an online-only game. While that may not be a big revelation today, this was in 2011, 2 years before the Xbox One's infamous online-only announcement, causing them to lose significant ground in the console war against the PS4. The good side? Seamless multiplayer, joining on friends, shared stashes, and all the bells and whistles were on the table. The bad? Hardcore and even solo play now required a constant connection to Battle.net, and the looming promise and threat of Blizzard's support with balance changes, content updates, and continual evolution of the game, similar to an MMO. But just like with all live service games, server downtime, connection problems, or the eventual shutdown of the game meant your Diablo 3 disc was worth as much as the plastic it was made of. At Gamescom 2011, the team announced a 4th difficulty mode, a new challenge so unforgiving that it was effectively the endgame for Diablo 3. Also interesting, we were assured that Inferno was balanced so that solo players were just as viable as teams.
But Inferno difficulty is very, very, very hard. We basically, internally, we had this super hardcore test team, and we got a lot of hardcore players at Blizzard that tested Inferno, and we got it to the point where they thought it was challenging enough, and then we doubled it. Because we knew that no matter how good we are, our players are going to be better.
This mode was the answer to those naysaying the game for its overly easy normal difficulty, a common complaint from early playtests up to this point. They touted Inferno as the testing ground of champions. Fast forward to release, how long did it take for players to master this death gauntlet? Weeks? Months? Years? 4 days.
It's a difficult lesson to learn, but no amount of internal testing can truly prepare you for how the masses will react to your designs. After designing Inferno mode as the de facto endgame and introducing the real money auction house, players provided Blizzard with a jarring reality check through brutal testing sessions.
So the takeaway is make sure you do public alpha and beta testing?
Performed by millions at a time.
BlizzCon 2011 was reaching fever pitch, as it was the last big event preceding the game's release date. Arena PvP continued to evolve, as players participated in intense live matches of 4 versus 4 with a 10-minute time limit. The games were straightforward. The symmetric arenas were circular or square-shaped maps, with a combination of walls blocking projectiles and pits blocking movement. Data miners later revealed several planned arena designs with unique layouts, proving that PvP appeared to have the full force of Blizzard's patented quality, balance, and polish behind it. The crowd here at BlizzCon didn't know it yet, but this event was likely the last time the public ever got their hands on arena PvP. But more on that later. Incidentally, some content creators such as Force Gaming took a stab at commentating on a previously recorded match, giving us a glimpse at what the competitive scene might have been like.
And Sparker and Lutzok getting both health globes there in the center of the map. That was excellent for them. Nice diamond skin, absorbing the sacrifice damage there from the mongrels. Baba very low. Teleport from Sparker into Time Slow and Disintegrate ends up taking him out. It is now a 2v1 situation.
During the panels, a pre-recorded sizzle reel played, which showed a bunch of gamers swearing by Inferno's difficulty. This video was obviously intended to dispel the sense that the sequel had been dumbed down or casualized. Here, Wilson made the claim that normal difficulty was always too easy, even in previous Diablos, deliberately so, letting series veterans pay attention and enjoy the story, and allowing casual players to learn the ropes, to one day become hardcore players.
So one of the things that people say to us is the game feels really, really easy in the early game. Are you just making the game for casual players now? And we say, no, we're making the early game for casual players because we want to turn them into hardcore players. And because we do that is why we have so many wonderful people here today. And that's what we're going to keep doing.
But this was a half-truth. The reality was based in business. Diablo 3 had been in development for a decade now, and Blizzard was not the small Irvine studio it used to be. Diablo 3 couldn't afford to sell any less than millions of copies, so catering to a niche Diablo 2 fanbase was off the table. They needed everyone, fan, hater, or newcomer, to buy this game. Meanwhile, cracks were forming in the ever-changing skill system. Runestones were still in play, but constantly changing, which presented challenges to artists, UI designers, and other team members, who had to redo all of their work every time a skill was redesigned, replaced, or tweaked. Another side effect was the at-will skill selection system. Testers quickly figured out that you could bypass the 6-skill limit by swapping out skills mid-combat. The initial solution was to only allow skill selection at the Nephilim altar in town, but as we know now, the devs landed on a cooldown period instead. At an interview during this event, a surprisingly self-aware Jay Wilson discussed the game's constant state of revision.
The thing is about these systems, like, the previous system was probably good enough to ship. The current system's probably good enough to ship. These are not the things...
At this point, anything's good enough.
These are not the things that are really holding, that's a system that's in flux, but it's in flux because we have the time to work on it while other things are finishing up.
Following up on a confusing Q&A answer during BlizzCon, the community manager shared the big news that all skills and spells would be based on your weapon's damage and speed. This applied to all classes, making your weapon now the primary factor in all DPS. A side effect of this is that smaller weapons now trigger spells faster, and heavier weapons deliver more damage but less frequently. Equipping different types of weapons no longer matters, other than some select skill weapon restrictions. A longbow with a higher DPS than your magic wand will make a witch doctor's spider ability deal more damage, for example. This not only created a strange disconnect between your weapon and your actions, how does equipping a mace increase your disintegrate damage? It also continued to reinforce your dire dependence on gear upgrades, which had effectively supplanted all other types of progression at this point.
With the entire concept of what causes damage, how you obtain or modify skills, and core attributes thrown into disarray months before the game's release, at launch it's a wonder the game was as playable as it was. The lesson here? Get your fundamentals down early and with confidence. You never know what kind of collateral damage a significant change in late development can cause.
In early 2012, anticipation for Diablo 3 couldn't be higher, but development had hit crunch mode. The May release date wasn't announced until March, but their deadline was determined several months before. Yet key game features lagged behind schedule, and in the months leading up to launch, Jay Wilson announced several rounds of cuts in order to stick the landing. First came the news that the items you could use to sell and salvage outside of town, the Cauldron of Jordan and Nephilim Cube, were gone, and those abilities would reside in town artisans alone. Diablo's signature element has always been its randomized, unidentified loot. Magic or rare gear whose qualities were revealed via scrolls or the wise Deckard Cain at a small cost. This price quickly becomes nominal, but that delayed satisfaction taps into the same rush as getting a wrapped present or going for the jackpot. Wilson stated that they had streamlined Scrolls of Identify. Blue items are now auto-identified, while players can identify any other magic items with a right click. This of course begs the question, why even keep identification as a mechanic if there's no longer any cost? Their motivation was to keep the game going at a brisk pace, removing the busy work around Identify scrolls and tomes. However, the new Identify system includes a progress bar, contradicting that goal. An alternate solution for identification, which would both heighten anticipation and speed up the action, is what Destiny did, locking unidentified items away into your inventory until you finish the quest you're on. Then a special NPC in town can identify them for free. This would help focus players and prevent them from regularly stopping to admire their spoils. The Mystic Artisan was also scrapped, and with her, the ability to change affixes on an item was put on hold. And with the removal of all scrolls, including the magic affix randomizers, the team replaced belt slots with a dedicated potion button. However, the Mystic returned in the 2014 Reaper of Souls expansion. Over the last 4 years, attributes have been a controversial subject. In late 2008, the team declared that spendable attribute points were gone, and character stats would improve according to the class's design, based on what the designers deemed the preferred build to be. Diablo 3 removed energy, the equivalent of max mana, but kept some other attributes from previous games. Vitality improved armor and hit points. Strength was for melee attacks. Dexterity was for ranged attacks. And willpower improved magic. But in 2010, they swapped that idea for a more generalized system. Attack increased your DPS for all classes. Precision improved your crit rate. Defense reduced damage. And vitality increased hit points. Online debates arose around this, and some called it dumbed down. But the inarguable benefit was now that every weapon, piece of armor, or gear could potentially be useful to any class. But in 2012, they returned to a variation of the original attributes, with strength, intelligence, dexterity, and vitality.
As Wilson stated in his January update, this change makes the stats more intuitive and fixes some of the itemization issues we were running into. We want to make it clear that junk items aren't worth picking up, and make it easy to identify other items as not for your character. We want to drop a ton of items, but to really pull off a sense of excitement when finding a great item, there needs to be non-optimal items, both for your class and in general. By specifically targeting stats at classes, we can reduce the amount of item overlap, diversify our item pool, and create a cleaner, more exciting itemization system.
Gear had become crucial to character progression after the removal of skill trees, traits, attribute spends, and charms. So when classes had to specialize in 3 separate attributes again, it had a significant impact on loot compatibility. The problem was that Diablo 3's damage calculation multiplies all damage through your primary attribute. Since all other options to increase this were removed, this boils down gear decisions to a simple numbers game. If you're a monk or demon hunter, equip dex items. If you're a barbarian, go for strength. If you're a wizard or witch doctor, intelligence gear is a must. After the 2012 attribute system change, this meant that roughly 2/3 of all gear drops would now be a bad fit for your character. And with more gear rendered unusable for your class, this, unintentionally or not, encouraged players to flock to the auction house to trade for more compatible gear. Another bomb dropped in February. Runestones as a concept were completely overhauled. Originally designed as 5 variants to each active skill that come in ranks 1 through 7, these would have provided a sense of individuality and a desire to grind, as each rank upgrade granted a more powerful look and stats for each ability in the game. This harkens back to some Diablo 2 spells, which got increasingly more impressive at higher ranks. The reasoning for their removal? It clogged up players' inventories. You see, they designed every color and rank of runestone as individual items, and they flip-flopped on the idea of making runestones attuned to specific skills, permanently on first use. 5 runestone colors times 7 ranks is 35 basic variants of runestone, but when multiplied for every skill for every class in the game, the sheer volume becomes overwhelming, potentially over 4,000 individual items in your inventory or stash. The external strike team at Blizzard pointed this feature out around this time, so the dev team reluctantly undid the system they were working on and tweaking for years. The replacement system, dubbed Skill Runes, makes all skill modifications a single rank and automatically unlock at level up gates, just like active and passive skills already did. The end result was just one less thing for players to customize or work toward attaining. With over a decade of retrospect, we can see how a system like that could have worked. Runestones of the same type could have been stackable, and artisans perhaps could have combined runestones into higher ranks, like you can with gems.
Okay, y'all, just a quick update. Dinner's almost ready. It should be ready in about 5 minutes, and I gotta make my roommate a plate. And I'm taking some medicine right now because I'm supposed to take it on an empty stomach. And then I'll be able to eat in about 15 minutes. So we're probably going to watch this for like about the next 25 minutes while I'm cooling off and eating. And then we'll switch over to making the Elden Ring custom layout, and then we'll play some Elden Ring. So we should be playing Elden Ring maybe like an hour or so, hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. I'm really looking forward to the layout. I think it's going to make the stream look amazing. So for those of you sticking around, it's going to be great. All right, let's go back to the documentary. That's the quick update. So just letting y'all know what's going on.
As intriguing attunement to a specific skill sounded, it multiplied inventory usage exponentially and should have been dismissed at the brainstorming phase early on. As another case study, just take the popular skill gem system from Path of Exile. Grinding Gear Games had the foresight to lock gems into color-coded combinations, to put some sensible limits on what skill gems could do. They also opted for skill gems to level up with experience, almost like mini characters, which mitigated the inventory space problem.
Wyatt Cheng shared some more insight in his 2022 Twitter Q&A. Skill runes were items for the majority of Diablo 3's development. The change to level unlock was made for many reasons, but I'll highlight the most important. We determined during internal playtesting that players were not getting enough reward for leveling up. In Diablo 2, you got attribute points and a skill point every time you leveled up. This made gaining a level super exciting. In Diablo 3, when you leveled up, you got nothing. So the decision was made to turn all the runes into level up rewards instead. In hindsight, this is one of the decisions I regret the most on Diablo 3, though it seemed like the right decision at the time. When a player unlocks a new skill rune, you're not always eager to try it out. You're happy with the skill you have. Furthermore, the effects of skill runes overlap heavily with a design space that is much better occupied by legendary items.
The skill rune update would also be one of the game's most overbearing design decisions. Active skills were now divided up into 6 skill groups, and each group is only assignable to a single skill slot. Arbitrarily, this meant that a demon hunter couldn't select both the Vault ability and the Raven Companion, for example. The devs' reasoning was to simplify and streamline choices for beginners, blocking off skill combinations deemed confusing or inviable. Veterans now had to go into the game options and enable elective mode, which lets you manually assign any skill to any slot. But the UI was clearly not designed for elective mode, tediously requiring players to tab through 6 separate pages of skills. The tone of these updates didn't help cool things over with fans either, where Wilson, who often posted these updates personally, enjoyed baiting and antagonizing what he referred to as fuming forum posters. Wilson's humorous comments, from bragging about his chili recipes to jokes on stage, were a regular occurrence. But there's a dangerous line you can cross where you make the audience the butt of the joke, which can come off as condescending or mocking. This wasn't the first time his cavalier comments would come back to haunt him, and it certainly wasn't the last.
Jay claimed they had the respectable goal of making a game that didn't require wikis or websites to tell you how to build your character. Yet by streamlining everything to achieve that goal, your build could be generated in Blizzard's stat calculator in seconds. You no longer had a character, you had a Call of Duty loadout.
For the 3rd month in a row, more big changes came rolling in. And to add to this pressure cooker, with March came the official release date of May 15th, with mere weeks left to wrap up, print, and ship the game. A dev diary recorded around this time revealed that a so-called strike team reviewed the new release build.
If you work on a game for 5-6 years, like we have, you really lose a lot of perspective. It's really hard to judge your work and judge the game. And so you need fresh perspective. You need to bring other people in. We have this process we have internally where we have a strike team that is built up of developers from within the company, from the other teams. They came in and said to us, showed us things about the game that we thought were fine, and but that weren't.
You're always nervous about making radical changes at the end, but sometimes you actually have to make those radical changes to make the game better.
A majority of the strike team members were current or former World of Warcraft devs, so the success of WoW and its design clearly influenced key decisions for Diablo 3, if that wasn't apparent already. This explains the late development skill system revamp, the flip-flopping of the attribute system, and various other feature changes. But it also speaks volumes about the lengths each feature or game concept will go through: prototyping, art, coding, marketing, even beta testing, before finally getting the axe. They could have tested most of these ideas in an internal gray box format before being shelved or developed further. This happens so often with Diablo 3 that unless players followed every one of the countless blogs, interviews, panels, trailers, videos, and articles that we have here, they really had no idea what they were getting, or not getting, in the game box.
As Jay Wilson recalled on a Diablo2.net interview in 2017, every game is different and every team leader has a different approach. For me, my approach is brainstorm, pillars, prototype, production, polish. At most companies, each one of those steps is chronological. When I was at Blizzard, prototyping, production, and polish were repeated over and over because we were willing to throw out ideas we weren't happy with. 2 good examples. We threw out a lot of environment and character art when we changed art style mid-project, and I can't tell you how many times we redid the skill system.
March also came with the sour news that PvP would not make it to launch. No other details were shared other than it wasn't ready yet. PvP, or Versus, or Arena, as it was called at different points, was highly anticipated, as Diablo 2's underground PvP scene had grown a cult following, despite having practically no support or structure. Having the rug pulled out from under Diablo players for what many had already tried and enjoyed behind closed doors was another gut punch, just months out from release.
Do you have any idea how excited I was for Diablo 3 PvP? This is literally the one thing that I've been looking forward to in gaming for over a year now. Diablo 3 Arena PvP, I couldn't wait to play it, and now it's not even coming in the retail version of the game? You've gotta be kidding me! All jokes aside though, we can hold off on the PvP if it is going to mean a better system eventually.
It didn't.
On May 15th, 2012, Diablo 3 launched to phenomenal success, selling over 12 million copies by the end of the year and quickly becoming the fastest-selling PC game ever. Fans all over the world eagerly installed, downloaded the Day 1 patch, and hit Start Game in anticipation of a sequel 12 years in the waiting. Those who could log in, that is. The game's infamously botched launch vindicated all the naysayers of a live service Diablo.
Error 37!
And this is one of the earliest and strongest examples of why players now take critic reviews with a grain of salt. Reviewers had an unrealistically positive experience, largely because they had the servers all to themselves during the days leading up to the embargo. So the critical score was unaffected by login errors, outages, lag, and cheap deaths due to server overload. But the user reviews, on the other hand, were brutal.
The reviewers liked it. I mean, for a Blizzard game, those are actually really awesome reviews, right? So things were good, right? No. Well, even what we thought was the most outlandish estimates for Day 1 ended up being massively conservative in reality. And the worst fear of an always online game is not getting into play, and that is exactly what happened, and the internet did its thing.
With a peak active player count of approximately 5.8 million people, the team severely underestimated the server load required for the biggest PC launch of the decade. MMOs like WoW had login queues during peak activity, but Diablo 3 had no such safeguards. And so, Error 37 would be the login failure prompt that launched a million memes, parody.
Which is hilarious because you think a company like Diablo would like be able to get to do some consultation with the people running the fucking servers of WoW and like, hey, what's like the standard operating? What did you folks learn from launching World of Warcraft? Really popular, always online game. What are things that we need to look for? What are some of the requirements that we should make sure that we have when Diablo 3 launches? Let me find it. Hold on. I sent it to somebody. Whoops.
How do you learn to run a company?
So as an operation, not rocket science, as an operations manager and a project manager, that's my job, is to ask a bunch of questions. And like I get that a lot. Like I'll ask like the support person, I'm like, so why are you sending this to the engineering department? And they're like, well, they told us to do that, blah, blah. And they show me like the Slack message and stuff. And I'm just like, and then I go talk to the person that told them to do that. And they were just like, well, I didn't know how to fix it. So I told them to send it to engineering. I'm like, but okay. And then I find out that it should be going to the compliance department. And then I find out that like the reason they're doing it is because the compliance department needs to double check something and push a button. And I'm like, well, why can't the customer support person double check that thing and push the button? And they're like, well, we don't know. And I'm just like, well, why do we need to have a cross-department procedure when we can equip the person who gets the initial contact touch point as the one who can push the button? Why don't we do that? And they're like, okay, let's do that. And then suddenly the company's saving money.
Videos, t-shirts, inflammatory forum posts, and even a fan website registered on launch day, which got so many hits that Error37.com suffered outages as well. Lagging is the worst when playing with others.
I need about 5-10 more minutes. I'm still cooling down from the workout.
It feels even more wrong when playing solo. Getting kicked mid-battle or getting a cheap death erasing your hardcore character, it was worse than we could have imagined.
Launch day itself was a celebration. Launch week and launch month was another story. It's like triage at the ER. Sure, players are farming pots in Act 4, but these other folks can't even log in. How do you juggle these priorities?
Between bouts of frustration came excitement for players new and old, but veterans noted the extremely unchallenging nature of normal difficulty, making the first run through the game feel more like a tutorial. Online and challenge issues aside, the longer they played, the more players realized that a few bolts were loose, and this is where we address the elephant in the room. Diablo 3, after 12 years in the making, raced to the end and stumbled at the finish line. In all its playable builds at BlizzCon, press events, closed beta, and open beta, the game was woefully under-tested. Even during the official beta test from September 2011 through May 2012, not a soul outside of the Blizzard offices could play past the Skeleton King, merely halfway through Act 1. The reasoning? Story spoilers. Additionally, each major patch, be it the skill system, runes, skill damage calculation, crafting, or salvaging, came with a full character wipe. Expected, but discouraging to closed beta testers who took their roles seriously.
I spent like a solid 20 hours. I mean, I maxed out all 5 classes. I wanted to be ready to be able to test builds and stuff. You know, oh man. It's so disheartening. Like,
Well,
I understand it's
you're in a beta. I mean, that's...
Yeah. I mean, I definitely understand that, but...
It almost gets you to be like, I don't feel like leveling again because this is like my 40th level. This is my 40th level 13.
Third or fourth time that I'm going to be doing all 5 classes again, and they're just going to get wiped again.
The endgame and a vast majority of the campaign was never tested with a large sample size, leading to some embarrassing and persistent issues. One of the funniest was the pot meta, where Inferno characters used high magic find to destroy inanimate objects like pottery for high-end loot. And to top this off, only special friends and family beta testers could test the auction house, further limited to gold only.
It shouldn't have to be said, but when releasing the most anticipated PC game of the decade, test often and test everything. Turning off cinematics and dialogue would have been an easy compromise if story spoilers were the barrier to testing the entire game. And perhaps starting your most active testers with higher-level characters at later acts, after character wipes, might have kept them more engaged, rather than just replaying the intro again and again.
Another thing full game beta testing would have discovered was the lack of substantial in-game content. The full game had 4 acts acts and 4 difficulty modes to play, and reaching the max level was relatively easy with time. Inferno difficulty presented the most significant challenge, but that's because this mode required the use of rare, level 61 plus loot that only dropped inside of Inferno, leaving players relying on the luck of the draw rather than skill. Even still, the most dedicated players toppled Inferno in days. And unlike Diablo 2 in its later days, ladders, clans, communities, and world events weren't a thing. For an online-only game, players could barely interact with one another outside of 4-player co-op groups, and the delayed PvP mode still had no release date, which could have kept the more hardcore subset of players engaged.
The problem in Diablo 3 is that I no longer have any reason, absolutely no incentive to create more than one of each class. Aside from the fact that I might play softcore, one of each class on softcore and one of
Look at the bezel on that monitor. That's a 2012 flat screen right there.
each class on hardcore. And even if I wanted to start over, I can't. I'd actually have to go through, delete all my characters, and even then, my artisans will still be max level. So I couldn't even start over if I absolutely wanted to. And there was something cool about just starting over fresh.
I don't mean to make fun of people's appearance or anything, but this guy's eyebrows are incredible. He has an amazingly shaped face, and he's got, it's like it matches. He's really, oh, that looks, it's very interesting. He's not ugly. I'm not saying that. It's just very interesting. Like his eyebrows. He's got, see, my eyebrows come together a lot closer than that. His eyebrows are really far apart. And then his face is shaped nice. And his facial hair matches really well. Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
I mean, it's an action RPG. The goal is to get loot, to progress through the game, to look cool, to complete the difficult events. Maybe I want to start over. There is something fun about that in Diablo 2. Playing all the way to max level, although that was something different because, I mean, max level 99 in Diablo 2 was almost unattainable.
That beta testing suffered to keep the storyline secret was especially misled, considering how many players were let down by it. Diablo 3 is an excellent example of how less can be more. The game's overbearing storyline was rife with expository dialogue and monologues, things Boyarsky said the team was trying to avoid back in 2008. Diablo 1 and 2 had quest-related conversations as well, but you absorbed much of the lore through the tomes and environmental storytelling throughout the world. Tomes worked like fantasy audio logs, and the narrative didn't overstay its welcome. In the original games, villains were in some far-off place, silent and mysterious. So when you finally
I'm gonna grab some dinner for myself. I'll be right back.
face them, their one and only greeting was powerful and haunting.
Fresh meat.
Contrast this with Diablo 3, which had recurring visions of villains calling you from afar to trash talk and demoralize you, with Azmodan being the biggest offender. Even the final boss, Diablo, repeats the same lines throughout the battle, making the fight somehow less intimidating.
How tastes your fear never known? How tastes your fear never known?
Would Diablo be the Diablo from Diablo 2? Would we re-envision it? And one of the things that Chris was really excited about was actually taking it in a different direction.
So how interesting this time around, where Diablo is manifest again through the body of his mortal heir, that it would be female.
There was a lot of insecurity about that in terms of like, well, could we pull it off? And would it potentially take away from some of the shape and viscera?
You know, talking to the dev team, like, what do you guys think about making Diablo a chick? You know, like, I think a couple people stormed out of the room. It was not pretty.
But the real letdown that most dissatisfied fans bring up was the character assassination of flagship personalities from the series. Many players felt betrayed to see these characters they enjoyed and followed for over 15 years sacrificed at the altar of new ones. Diablo 3's cinematics and cutscenes all revolve around newcomer Leah, Deckard Cain's niece and effectively the game's protagonist. Your character may do all the dirty work, but as far as the story is concerned, you're just a tag-along. When Chris Metzen proposed this storyline, the focus on Leah was a big gamble, and this decision caused infighting and major disagreements among the staff. If you connected to Leah's character, the story worked. But if you didn't, the house of cards built on that foundation crumbled. You could see the idea they were going for, a sort of lovable side character like in Half-Life 2 with Alex, or the two notable attempts just a year after Diablo 3, with Elizabeth in BioShock Infinite and Ellie in The Last of Us. Each of these examples were beloved and met with fanfare, but these characters had regular, meaningful interactions with the protagonist, propped him up, gave him items or assisted in combat, and were larger than life and had Disney charm.
Catch! Thanks!
Leah talked at the player character rather than with them, and she didn't really have any of these likable qualities. Some of this could have been redeemed if the protagonist had more of a voice in this tale. Unfortunately, despite Boyarsky's lofty goal of addressing the endless errand boy antics and lack of agency within Diablo 3, the final game was quite a different beast. Character classes were supposed to have a hidden background that would be alluded to over the course of the game, but aside from slightly different dialogue lines from each class, the story plays out identically. Further genericizing your character were the cancelled dialogue screens that could have helped personalize banter between characters. And the in-game graphic cutscenes that we saw in trailers never showed up either.
Cain, you still live.
Ah, there you are. The writings in this place are incredible. Come, stay a while and...
It is time for shedding our enemy's blood, not idle talk.
No one ever listens.
All conversations were now either from a bird's eye view, a pre-rendered CGI cutscene that doesn't include you, or a parchment animatic cutscene with more monologuing. It's someone else's story, and it's told in a heavy-handed way, two things the devs promised would be avoided at the 2008 reveal.
There's something to be said for less being more. Exposition that does not involve the protagonist, then leading the player on for 3 acts only to pull the rug out from under them isn't good writing. It ruins investment. The mystique of the prime and lesser evils is best left implied, not spoken.
Due to the smaller game worlds and easier difficulty, Diablo 3's average completion time on normal was half that of Diablo 2. Replays of the game on Diablo 2 would secretly expand the size and scope of the world on Nightmare and Hell modes, but this wasn't carried over into 3, making each replay more repetitive. The trilogy has also shown a clear downward trend in randomization. Outside of specific boss rooms and Tristram itself, Diablo 1 had wildly unpredictable, randomized, but messy dungeon maps, formed of many tiles, walls, and objects. This could lead to nonsensical design decisions, like having the exit next to the entrance of a floor, but it offered surprises in each playthrough. While Diablo 2's larger and more elaborate dungeon
Okay, I'm gonna stuff my face, and then when we get done eating, we'll make the layout, and then we'll do some Elden Ring.
tiles made level generation more appealing, and the game's scope expanded with outdoor areas and multiple game acts, the environments were more predictable than the first game. Due in part to the complexity of interlocking 3D environments, Diablo 3's world is much more locked down and enclosed than either 1 or 2. The edges of outdoor areas are now completely static, with only a few zones at the center designated for random content. And dungeon design comprised even larger tile sets, which made replays a lot more familiar. Unique to Diablo 1 was its quest randomizer for single-player games that encouraged replays by offering a different combination of quests for each area every time you started a new world. As previously mentioned, Blizzard teased randomized quests for the third game, arguably the most ambitious feature the series has experimented with. But at launch, all we got were events, a selection of mini-quests that would appear in designated event locations, such as inside a dungeon or the outdoors. Events usually involve just a couple objectives, like finding a chest, destroying nests or obelisks, fighting off a wave of enemies, or killing a named creature. They were greater in number, but smaller scale additions than the optional quests in Diablo 1, for example, where famous quests like King Leoric and even the Butcher were randomly selected from a short list of potential quests. In Diablo 3, the team introduces several new features to keep players constantly on the move for a fast-paced action game experience. Until its removal in version 2.0, one of these was Nephilim Valor, which granted up to 5 stacks of gold and magic find for 30 minutes, requiring an event completion or special monster kill to continue. Signature skills regenerate skill resources, rather than having to use potions or look for wells or shrines. And health globes instantly heal players during battles, which also contributes to the overall aggressive gameplay.
One of the things you want to be very careful about when you get healing in is you want to make sure that the game doesn't break, right? You know, it's like, I'm healing myself and the danger's gone out of the, still you have to have that, especially in Diablo 2, that repeated pattern of drinking potions and the danger and all that stuff is in there. And if you remove that as part of the aspect, then it's just not as fun.
Treasure goblins appear at random and have to be killed before they time out and vanish. And kill streaks and environmental destruction streaks, inspired by arena shooters and Call of Duty, provided experience gain and speed bonuses for frenzied players, who are incentivized to chain as much death and mayhem together as they could. In fact, the whole experience moves faster than previous games. Reaching the max level of 60 in Diablo 3 is a much brisker affair than Diablo 2's level 99 grind. This hectic design rewards aggression over methodical play. However, this comes at a cost. Whereas adrenaline came in peaks and valleys in previous games, Diablo 3 was determined to make that a mountain range. When you make everything intense, however, then nothing is. The loot system and itemization had its own problems at launch. In Diablo 2, getting a set or unique item was an infrequent but satisfying experience. In contrast, legendaries in Diablo 3 were not much better or even worse than rares. The most interesting or uniquely useful affixes, like bonuses to certain active skills or spell-like effects, were missing in legendary items. Diablo 2 was famous for its completely transformative uniques, such as the helmet that could transform your barbarian into a werewolf, or the weapons that cast spells upon a hit, among many others. The developers eventually started patching legendaries to make them appropriately powerful, but version 1.04 came out a full 4 months after release, and over half the player base had already left. Socketables fared little better, lacking the intricacy of Diablo 2's rune word system, and the 5 gems, rather than 7 in the last game, were less flexible, mostly preferring buffs to your primary attribute or added resistances. But a less obvious problem arose too, that devalued the truly good gear you collected: loot longevity. The problem here is scale. Stats, numbers, and multipliers in Diablo 3 start small, but multiply much quicker than previous games. In Diablo 2, Breath of the Dying, one of the best rune words in the game, grants a whopping 30 to all attributes, among other effects. Compare this to Diablo 3, where top-tier items can boost attributes by hundreds or thousands of points, which exponentially increases your damage output. To balance this, enemy health and power levels also rise drastically with each difficulty spike. This makes constantly upgrading gear of the utmost priority. Say you got an amazing and unique weapon that had a special effect you like? Well, in a couple levels that weapon won't have the DPS or attribute bonuses you need to keep up with the power creep. And so, interesting gear quickly becomes obsolete. A consequence of funneling all combat through active abilities is that many secondary fixes on weapons become almost moot. In previous games, you would immediately notice the flames, spark, or chill effect when smacking monsters with weapons that had elemental damage. But with base attacks removed, all attacks are channeled through spell-like abilities. If you're casting a cold spell, but your weapon has fire or lightning damage, you can hardly tell these effects are being added at all. Instead, they're all combined into a homogenized DPS funnel. The numbers go up, the enemies die, but the signature left by your unique character and build fades away. The difference between weapon types has also been scrubbed out. Switching to a colossal double-handed sword, which swings slow but packs a wallop, compared to nimble daggers, thrown weapons, spears, or clubs, gave you a sense of what kind of weapon you had in your hand, and had a purposeful and tactical weight to it. With a live service game, there's a transitory quality to everything in it. The game balance, style of play, and your characters will eventually go away, since you have no local backup. The constant connection to Battle.net servers also crippled the potential to mod unique or personalized experiences into the game. Just look at the Nexus mods page of Diablo 3 and compare it to Diablo 2 Resurrected. Within a year, D2R gained hundreds of quality of life features, gameplay revamps, visual retouches, and other mods. After a decade of Diablo 3, you could count the number of mods on one hand. Blizzard didn't even take advantage of the online-only requirement. In fact, they scaled back the online functionality of its predecessors, like cutting the maximum player count from 8 to 4. In Diablo 1 and 2, servers could play a bit more like micro MMOs, as weird as that sounds, where each world had a small hub of players, with just enough people to feel like a small community to trade, party, or hang around with and chat. With a 4-player cap, each game you join essentially demands you venture forth with one another as a tight-knit party. The likely explanation for this was to lock down balance, so they could better manage the Hell and Inferno difficulties. But that didn't rule out some sort of social hub or sense of community inside the game, which players asked about in Q&As ever since its 2008 unveiling. But the real reason behind forcing everything online was security. Hacking, item duplication, scamming, and a plethora of other problems plagued Battle.net's earlier iterations. And the only way they saw to prevent that from happening again was to block players' access to the server-side code completely.
In fact, 10 years after the game launched, system designer Wyatt Cheng shared his favorite feature they had to cut from an early version of the game. That's an easy one, a multiplayer hub town. There were discussions about a hub town at Blizzard North. I think Brevik has talked about this before. When you're actually evaluating the cost of the feature on the production schedule, it's hard to justify the cost of a hub town. But when a multiplayer hub town exists, it makes the world feel alive and real.
Many later ARPGs would have some sort of multiplayer hub town or a shared instance, such as Path of Exile, Warframe, and Lost Ark.
I think it's ass backwards. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't run a software company, but you can't honestly quantify what the value of the feature is going to be that you're going to add to your game until it's in front of the public, and you don't really know how much it's going to cost you to make because you've never built it before. So you can estimate, but then, you know, we all know about the game delays and shit. So it's an interesting design philosophy to cut something because it's going to be too expensive. It's like, why don't you just design a good game first? Just put it out on paper, and then pick what the first iteration of that should be. Well, these guys are doing, yeah. Clearly, they did waterfall development, so this is just going to help that video essay that I'm going to release on game development and project management.
By the middle of the year, Diablo 3 was in a rough place. The active player count had dropped by 65%. Players were itching for more endgame content, and good loot was scarce. Many players reported not receiving their first legendary until about 40 hours or 2 to 3 entire playthroughs in. And when it did drop, the item usually lacked the attribute bonuses your class needed.
Okay, well I got Slave Bonds as my first legendary drop. I just wanted to show you guys that, geez, I'm level 40 and finally got my first one, so just hope you guys can check this out here. Nothing that great, but yeah.
In a moment both historical and tragic, players Kriparian and Crippy beat Hardcore Inferno for the very first time. And the best loot that dropped was a level 50 rare in a level 63 zone. So when the Real Money auction house landed in June, a frenzy came along with it, with listings ranging from a few bucks to hundreds of dollars for a single virtual item. From a technical standpoint, the auction house was well designed, internally tested for errors, and it successfully reduced scammers and risky third-party trading. But Blizzard never tested mass trading economically to see how the auction house would work when set loose in the wild.
Jay Wilson lamented the auction house years after he left Blizzard. The problem is, of course, it over-legitimized trading. It made it too easy. I think
I'm starting to recognize a pattern.
We all know this by now and the consequences. We worried about these consequences ahead of time, but we thought the benefits would outweigh the downsides. And WoW's auction house seemed like a good proof of concept. Obviously, we were mistaken.
The problem wasn't that people didn't want to use it. The problem was that nearly every Diablo 3 vanilla player used the auction house at least once. Auctions became a way to bypass the stingy loot system, or to make a quick buck from items that your main class couldn't use. Blizzard didn't predict the overwhelming demand, and some players took advantage of this feature, turning the game into a play-to-earn scheme. One seller shared his PayPal statement, proving that he made $10,000 selling in-game gear. This was a peek into the new and exciting world of digital speculation, and the naive, early cryptocurrency, pre-NFT innocence of 2012. Even if you never paid real money, you could save up gold to get gear too time-consuming to grind for at your level. These tantalizing items, just a few clicks away inside a built-in feature, forever changed the dynamic of the game.
I don't think we're restricted at all by growth to doing things that are risky. I mean, we're doing a real money auction house in Diablo 3, and that seems pretty risky, at least that's what the internet tells us.
But if that wasn't enough, the auction house caused legal issues, such as in Korea, where they saw it as gambling and delayed certifying the game. Incidentally, Korean internet cafes started organizing a class action lawsuit against Blizzard because server issues disrupted their customers' play sessions. With real money changing hands in order to complement people's builds, balancing patches came in over the following months, such as the infamous 50% nerf to attack speed.
They waited till the real money auction house was actually online, so people that paid real money to get all these items with high attack speed, they were delivering huge DPS. But now they lost it all, so really what Blizzard just did is actually took physical money off people because the items are wasted now, so everyone would have had to have gone out and swapped for other things.
Purposefully devaluing player purchase items wasn't their intent, of course, but the damage had already been done. And the auction house's terms of service were clear. No refunds.
Wyatt Cheng later shared the difficult lesson he learned here. Players always prefer enhancing one ability over weakening another, also referred to as the buff don't nerf philosophy.
Meanwhile, the team scrambled to create endgame content and goals that were clearly missing on launch. The Paragon system was virtually pulled out of their collective hats as an easy way to give players another 100 ranks of progression after hitting max level. But this was a tourniquet for a game over a decade in the making, yet bursting at the seams upon launch. When the economy was so busted that the decision came down to axe the auction house, a big problem stared them in the face. Blizzard had sold over 10 million copies of this game, and on the back of each game box were the words, "Trade the spoils of war." The company could be in an actionable situation if they simply removed one of the core advertised features. So essentially, they had to replace that product offering with a new, exciting way to get loot, with an eventual expansion pack. Diablo fans got a gift-wrapped disappointment at the end of the year, when Jay Wilson wrote a lengthy blog about the anticipated player versus player mode 2 days after Christmas.
In Wilson's words in his blog post, in continuing to develop this mode, playtest it, and put it in front of other developers within the company, we found that it falls short of our expectations for a high-quality Blizzard experience. Putting people into an arena and letting them hurl fireballs and swing crazy-ass swords at one another always has an element of fun to it. I imagine it's no surprise to anyone reading this blog that people like battling each other in video games. So if you had the chance to play our team deathmatch at one of the BlizzCons where we featured it, you might not understand why we'd say that we don't feel the current mode is good enough.
The reasons were many, but boiled down to internal testing and the devs declaring that Team Deathmatch was not fun or deep enough to ship. After years of hype and 4v4 matches playable at BlizzCon last year, it took many by surprise that some...
Again, internal testing. That's hilarious. All right, I'm cooled off from the workout. I had dinner. I had chicken breast, baked chicken breast, mixed vegetables, and some mashed potatoes. And now we got everything done. So we're going to work on the video, live stream video layout. We're going to work, we're moving to number 4, work on, and I have chosen C for today, which will be the live stream video layout. And then we're going to move on to Elden Ring. So we're just going to get, I'm just going to get like a prototype put together. We're going to slap this thing together pretty quick, and then we're going to play Elden Ring. So let me put up dinner and spend like 5 minutes just finishing off the kitchen and making sure everything's put away. And we will continue to enjoy this documentary.
Something nearly complete was being shelved. This fell in line with Blizzard's self-curating habits, but canceling a promoted game mode under the banner of quality control did little to quell fan disappointment, who felt led on by years of arena promises and the lure of unique cosmetics for its champions. Diablo 2 had chaotic and unbalanced PvP, yet it still gained popularity. So if Blizzard had a working PvP mode already, what harm could it have done to release it and assess player feedback, at least in limited beta form?
In his 2022 Twitter Q&A, system designer Wyatt Cheng revealed more details about what PvP could have become. We tested a lot of modes internally, an arena with 4 pillars, a MOBA-style 3-lane map with towers and creeps. One player plays as a boss against 4 heroes. And hostile bounties. You're doing bounties, but PvP is enabled outdoors. All of our internal PvP tests using fixed templated characters were super fun, up until you could bring in your real character. With Diablo 3's wide skills plus skill runes plus later legendary items, it was a monumental task to reconcile having 6 abilities being fun to play as and fun to play against. Add in visual noise, mixed expectations of what happens to your gear, and other development priorities.
This also begs the question that if you promise something in a post-launch patch and sell 12 million copies with that and many other promises and details in flux, is it false advertising? As sort of an apology tour, they introduced Brawling the next February, unorganized dueling between 2 to 4 players in one specific location, even more limited than Diablo 2's offering. And, in true Blizzard fashion, they later patched Brawling for balance as well. Having served on the Diablo 3 team for 7 long years, it was clear Jay Wilson had had enough. The entire gaming community effectively turned on him the previous August, after a leaked image exposed him cursing and name-calling Diablo creator David Brevik in a private Facebook group chat. Even after apologizing, Wilson wasn't catching any breaks. Patches to address key complaints like better legendaries and Paragon levels felt like they were only staunching the wounds. And just a few weeks after the PvP blog post, he announced his departure from Diablo to work on other Blizzard projects.
Being the face of a long-term project is a bit like a marriage, for better, for worse. You have the highs of a release date, praise, positive reviews, and crowd excitement. But you also have the lows of infighting, bitter criticism, and disappointment. Wilson, as game director, had hundreds of employees under, adjacent, and over him. However, in the eyes of the public, Jay was the president of Diablo Incorporated, and everything wrong with the game was his fault, whether that was true or not.
In September 2013, Diablo 3 officially came to the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, to console gamers' excitement and PC players' frustration. Knowing Blizzard's long turnaround time, this release confirmed suspicions that a console port had been in the works for a while, and likely influenced decisions about the PC version. What players didn't expect, though, was how well the game translated to the controller. The console version had a dedicated lock-on button and twin-stick movement, so you could move with the left stick and simultaneously aim with the right. There's now a dedicated dodge button, which grants temporary invincibility. And most notably, this version could be played completely offline, didn't require a Battle.net login, and offered same-screen co-op for up to 4 players, and no auction house antics. The Xbox and PlayStation port touted a brand new difficulty system that was changeable mid-game, and harder difficulties unlocked at different progression gates. This also meant that with the additional loot, gold, and experience gain bonuses at higher difficulties, you could get through most of the game's grind and level cap in one go, instead of having to replay the campaign again and again. And the loot tables were way more generous than its PC counterpart. PC players saw this as an early preview of what was being dubbed the upcoming Loot 2.0 patch, and were both excited for this change, but also felt like abused beta testers. For the first time in Diablo history, console players were getting desirable new features before the PC players did, who bought the game well over a year ago. The success of Diablo 3 console proved that Josh Mascara was more than qualified to take over the next phase of Diablo, the upcoming 2.0 patch and the Reaper of Souls expansion. He officially took on the role of game director. Leading up to March 2014, anticipation for the game's largest post-launch update grew day by day. Version 2.0.1 reimagined many systems in the game, from a static difficulty system to a flexible one you could switch out at will. The patch also added clans and communities, and the coveted Loot 2.0 system. This is when the definitive shift toward the loot porn era of Diablo 3 ensued. Your inventory positively spilled with gear, and rares and legendaries dropped regularly in every playthrough, even from the first boss in Act 1, Leoric. The new Smart Loot feature tilted the odds to your favor, providing a high chance of dropping tailor-made gear for your character class, rather than being completely random. The new difficulties of Normal, Hard, and Expert were available right at the beginning for all players, and could be swapped mid-game. And at high enough level, you could switch to Master difficulty, then 6 levels, eventually 16 levels of Torment difficulty, offering gold gain, experience bonuses, monster health and damage, and legendary item drop chance in the...
Okay, the cat, my roommate's cat, wants attention. I'm going to be nice to him for like 3 minutes. I'm just going to pet him, and then I'll kick him out. We'll get started on the live stream layout.
Hundreds or thousands of percentages. This dramatically reduced the act of leveling up altogether, further leaning heavily on endgame content as the primary draw of the game, for better or worse. And if you bought the Reaper of Souls expansion that launched alongside the patch, you got a 5th act and a slew of endgame activities. The replacement game director, Josh Mascara, ushered the game into a new era, setting the tone for updates moving forward. Give the players what they want. They revamped late game progression with the level cap increased from 60 to 70, and the Paragon system was upgraded from a level cap of 100 to unlimited, with small, permanent stat buffs of the player's choosing each time. The Crusader class added a sort of defensive counterpoint to the Barbarian, and was a resurrected concept discarded during the original game's development. The expansion adds new endgame content such as Adventure Mode, a way to play curated segments of the game for better loot, and the chance to gain Rift Keys. These unlock the go-to activity of the game, Nephilim Rifts, 10 to 30 minute randomized dungeons you can raid with the chance of acquiring Greater Rift Keys. The frenzy of completing Greater Rifts within their time limit in order to gain the best rewards effectively became the final loot grind for Diablo 3. Specialized mini-quests called bounties were introduced, and if you complete all 5 bounties, you get access to a Herodric cache for more loot. And as compensation for the game's relatively weak socketables, they introduced legendary gems as an upgradable and powerful way to augment amulets and rings, earned through Greater Rifts or from Herodric caches. These were all popular additions that greatly enhanced the replayability of the game once you hit max level, providing a rotation of activities to do for that endless loot grind. And they were much more engaging than breaking pots, or grinding another Alkaiser run in Act 3. With these major updates, they shut down both auction houses, and the next few years continued to improve on Diablo's current gameplay loop: kill, loot, repeat. But perhaps nothing is more convincing of how far the apple falls from the tree than 2017's annual event called The Darkening of Tristram, pitched as a full recreation of Diablo 1's campaign inside of Diablo 3. With classic music, a light radius effect, stiffer animations, and a crude pixelation filter, the event was mildly nostalgic, but was hardly convincing. However, this recreation was skin deep, and Diablo 3 couldn't be further from the gameplay of the original game in terms of pacing and power balance. Entering the Darkening of Tristram with a high-level Diablo 3 character goes about as well as you'd expect.
Not ready yet.
That same year, Blizzard released a one-off class DLC to bring back the Necromancer from Diablo 2, and the rest is history. The game continued to evolve, patches fixed nagging issues, and seasons and limited events kept players coming back. But the core of Diablo 3 was still there, relatively unchanged.
In a Wall Street Journal blog post with the game and art directors in 2012, Jay Wilson claimed he had to dispel player misconceptions about Diablo. One of the lessons that we learned in development was people's memories of Diablo 2 were way different than the reality of Diablo 2. They remember all kinds of stuff that never actually happened in that game. Well, when you ask them about Game Challenge, they remember what it was like in Hell difficulty. They don't remember what it was like in normal difficulty. They remember something that is visually darker than it ever was. They remember a variety and depth of monsters that was never there.
Reaper of Souls course correction took the stingy vanilla game and turned things up to 11, becoming a monster in its own right. The game became an exercise in excess. At Torment level 16, you're granted an over 1000% boost to finding legendary gear, and the best items in the game grant thousands of attribute points. Your DPS is calculated by taking your weapon damage, multiplying that by your skill percentage modifier, then increasing it again by any magical effects or passive abilities, then multiplied again for critical hits, which increases damage numbers exponentially. Instead of the thousands of damage done in Diablo 3 vanilla, power creep was so extreme that Reaper of Souls damage numbers quickly became overwhelming, with millions, billions, and even trillions of damage displayed on screen, all at once.
Didn't they say earlier that like one of their mantras was to like buff and not nerf anyone? So like just power creeps, like power creep.
Inspiring Blizzard to implement abbreviations in 2016 in order to reduce the visual noise. This also ties into another important aspect of keeping the player engaged: pacing. Previous games would break up encounters a bit more, making each fight feel more eventful, adding an ebb and flow of cooldown and excitement. Perhaps to back up the experience bonus system granted when you achieve a kill streak, the game throws swarms of enemies at you regularly, and environments are denser than Diablo 2. Later elite monsters have 2, 3, or even 4 affixes, like jailers, walls, damaging areas of effect, and many others. This ramps up the challenge and makes fights incredibly oppressive, but eventually it all just blends together. If everything, the combat, sound, music, pacing, damage, is cranked up to 11, you begin to lose the signal to all the noise.
The normal difficulty level, if you're a veteran, awesome Diablo player, this is your chance.
Okay, we'll say for the record that Mr. Whisker said that Diablo 3 became a great game eventually. Oh, you played it at launch? I never played it. I never played Diablo 3. Or was it 4? I've never played 4. And I know I played a little bit of 3. I've never played 4. You can't even play 3 nowadays. They shut that shit down, right? They're like, well, they want you playing Diablo 4, right? Okay, so let's take a look at our to-do page. We were going to... oh, that's right. It's right here. In media progress. All right, here's our thumbnail. Okay. Let me update the agenda. And we'll get some music going. Cool. All right, so we're off. We'll cool down from workout. to do. Let's just put here because I'm running out of screen real estate here. Okay. Completed.
Hello.
There we go. Hey.
What, buddy?
Well, you know, it's been a working live stream, but we're getting all done.
Yeah, I know. I've been here for most of it.
You have, and we're about to get the little prototype of the idea that I have laid out here. It shouldn't take too long, and then we'll do some Elden Ring.
Yeah, I've been excited. That's why I was connecting. I was man, I might have to switch. No, just stay here. No, I'm just encountering some issues. That's all.
For your cyber deck?
Well, I mean, yeah, I'll get to that eventually. Probably sooner than later. For that, because what I've decided to do is I'm going to get one of those Orange Pi Pluses with the 32 gigs and turn that into a firewall and router and AP and container server. And, so that way I'll just have like that as a kind of like overwatching my home network and keeping it secure and stuff. And I've decided to call that Project Cerberus.
That sounds good.
Yeah. And then I was thinking about getting just like one of the Orange Pi 5s.
Yeah.
Like the regular ones with 32 gigs. And okay, what is causing that? Man, hold on. I'm gonna try loading into the browser version of Discord because
I do that. I'm starting to generate assets for the layout that we're going to update right now. So make me a pen and ink composition of the giant Erd tree for Elden Ring. I want.
If you had a dog guarding the gates of hell, yes.
And above and beyond, and above and beyond really likes lava cake. He just got back from Chili's.
Oh, nice.
Make me a pen and ink composition of.
Did I say something that sounded like assets?
I don't remember. I was focused on this. Sorry.
You're fine. I was just trying to make sure I answer Mr. Whiskers. He did. Okay.
As aids. Make me a pen and ink composition of the giant Erd tree for Elden Ring. I want it to have a border of. Let's do. What do they call? An ornamental border around
a border
edges. It should be.
Oh, you want like a filigree border?
Portrait.
Or a baroque?
No. I was actually. Hold on. No. I'm gonna hold on. It should be a portrait aspect ratio. And the border. What would you call the like stone carvings of like the Nordic runes.
Oh, you want like Celtic knotwork?
Celtic. There we go. That around the edges of Celtic knotwork. Celtic.
Yeah. You want Celtic knotwork. Even though it's called Celtic, but like I mean, it's really Celtic and Germanic, and it's a very long tradition going back to Northern Europe for fucking who knows how long.
Appears to be chiseled from stone. The border itself should look very weathered. Okay, aspect ratio. Okay. Comes from UK and France. Oh, that's great. I'm half Irish, half Dutch, I think. The I think comes from me asking my old man one time where we came from, and then the answer is we're Americans. But I knew Grandma was from Ireland.
Interesting. I didn't know that you were part Irish.
Half.
Man, I'm like mostly German with some Scottish.
Yeah, I think I'm half Irish, half German, or Dutch. I mean, if you just look at the demographics of Georgia in the 1920s, it's pretty apparent.
Yeah,
which descent
like,
those folks are from. It's like it's all German. That's probably.
I'm like.
What it is.
Well, I mean,
if anybody could see your blonde hair and blue eyes right now, they'd just be like, they'd be laughing.
Well, they're green, but that just emphasizes. Yeah, that's even more so.
That's even more rare.
Yeah, but but also more indicative.
Right.
I'm like German. Hold on. I'm German, English, and English. I'm German, and then English on one side, and then German, Scottish, and Austrian on the other.
They put the word Erd tree in the thing. That's fine. Fuck it.
No, just say no text. And
right,
ask it for
do it again.
Ask it. Okay. Hold on, do it again. No text, but ask for it in landscape.
No. This is the chat background.
Oh.
We're gonna lower. We're gonna fade it out. We're gonna fade, and then we're gonna put the chat over it. Yeah. Yep.
I like this. It could be, and that would be a cool book cover, actually.
It would be.
I wonder. Hold on. I wonder if you could ask it to put a dragon into the Celtic dragon into a knotwork dragon into the border. That would be extra cool.
A knotwork Celtic Germanic dragon into the border on the left side, and what's something Elden Ring wolf side and work wolves into the border on the right side. There we go.
I don't know if because I have a couple of books that I inherited that have on like how to actually draw that stuff. And dragons are not uncommon, but I don't know if I've ever seen. No, I guess they have like hounds and stuff. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's a great idea. Jesus Christ.
I like this one a little bit better. It's not. I'm worried the border is going to make it a little too busy, but we'll see. Now it's okay. So to combine Twitch and YouTube chat into a single window overlay for your live stream, you need a third-party tool or plugin. Here's the most popular effective options. OBS Live by Stream Elements. Okay, best for OBS users wanting deep customization. Fucking perfect. Install OBS.live. Got it.
I will be back in 1 moment.
Okay. Okay, as soon as it spits out the next one, I'll hit enter. Whiskers. Okay, OBS Live by Stream Elements. Install OBS Live. Link both your... okay. Use the dock chat
can you hear me?
to combine... Yeah, I hear you. Combine and monitor both chats. You can add chat overlay via Steam Elements overlay system. Holy shit. Add your Twitch and stream links. It will generate combined chat. You can view in browser, embed as... Oh, properties. Can you chroma key on here? You gotta be able to chroma key. Filters. Add effect filter. There it is, right there. Fucking. Okay, so we do that. We do a chroma key. Okay, so maybe I can do this, and I'm not gonna have to install a bunch of shit and then sign up for it. So it's this one right here. Open. This link isn't verified. We'll open it. Not secure. Okay. Well, I've had enough. Thank you very much. Like, renew your SSL certificate, numbskull. OBS by Stream Elements. Okay, we'll do this one. Open link. Multi-stream right easy. It's the best in some Switch stream everywhere. 100% free download. SE Live. Tell me more about Stream Elements. What type of reviews do they have? How long has the company been around?
God damn it.
Stream Elements is a comprehensive cloud-based platform designed to enhance live streaming experiences on platforms like Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Gaming. Founded in 2016. Overlay management offers a browser-based editing tool for creating and managing custom overlays. Okay, good. It does more than provides moderation tools, custom commands, and interactive chat games, tipping system, merchandise store, sponsorship opportunities. Stream Elements generally receives positive feedback. There's a learning curve. Big deal. Company overview, sponsorship. While Stream Elements offers sponsorship opportunities, some users raise concern about the nature of these deals, specifically discussions on the forum like Reddit suggest that certain sponsorships function more like an affiliate program where compensation is tied to performance metrics rather than flat fees. Well, that's the whole industry. It's available for... What do you know? You don't want to get paid based off your performance? You must suck. It's advisable for streamers to thoroughly review the terms and conditions if you're interested indeed. That's hilarious. You get paid based on performance. That's a bad thing. What? Okay. All right, we doing it. Well, I gotta log in, so hold on. Sneaky sneak. Well, we'll connect YouTube first. That's not English. There it is. Okay. Sign into Stream Elements. Continue. Select all. Give permission. Increase your viewer engagement with Stream Elements chatbot. Our cloud-based bot allows you to manage your... oh wait, I guess we can turn it back on. Hold on, give me a second. Let me just make sure. I don't think there's any PII showing anywhere. Okay. Hi, Nexius.
It never hurts to double check.
Yeah, give me just. I'm leaving the screen off for just another second here. Let me just keep poking around. Increase your viewer engagement with streamer chatbot. Our cloud-based bot allows you to manage your stream easily with custom commands, spam protection.
Hey Gus, how's it going?
All right. I guess we can activate it. Set up your free tipping page and start earning money from the community. We don't need to do that. Oh, they don't even take a cut, so Ko-Fi. We might get rid of Ko-Fi. Hold on a sec here. Connect your PayPal account.
What?
Connect. Overlays. We will create our own overlay. Overlay resolution start. Okay, there we go. Welcome to the... oh, okay. Okay, download. Let's move that to the desktop. I think I'm connecting my PayPal account right now. Okay, there we go. Personalized campaign offers. Remind me later. Okay. I'm looking. I'm making sure there's no PII. Okay, it's fine. Okay, I'm sharing my screen again. Alright, so here's the layout. The bot is in
and then
your
check chat.
Okay, check and chat. Next, you want to hear a great trick? Play Diablo 2 dash dessert. Oh, he's talking about the music. This? Hold on.
I was like, what? I have this damn stream muted.
Diablo 2 soundtrack, Active Desert extended 1 hour. Gus Scott says, finished up CISSP training today, now fine-tuned for exam.
Oh.
He says, good going, Phoebus.
Gus, you're getting your CISP? Yeah,
Looks
buddy.
like it. Browse and adding widget has never been easier.
That's bad. The amount of technical resources in chat right now. It's crazy. The mission. Those I get the. They're just listed as the soft taco ones. I get mine from Costco. Because I get 2 20-packs for like $8 and change. So they're about 50 cents each. And then I freeze one of the packs. And then I also get the. Yeah, that sounds about right. They look. Yeah, it's about 8 inches, 7-8 inches. Yeah. I mean, I got the idea from my dad. Yeah, buddy. He uses he started off using the low carb ones, and then and does them in his air fryer, and I think he uses the ones he gets are like 10 inches, and he puts a bunch of stuff on them, but and eats half for lunch and the other half for dinner, and I mean it's I started doing it because I like that idea. I have some gastrointestinal issues that kind of limit what I can consume and the volume of it. And I find that, this methodology helps me. I can still enjoy things that I really enjoy. It's at a very consistent volume, and and then the macros actually turn out to be like quite excellent. Like they're like legitimately, even like when I'm putting the 3 pieces of salami on there, it works out to be about 400 calories, and yeah. I mean, if you're eating a 2,000 calorie diet, you could have 5 of them. Oh, buddy. Yeah, it's, I definitely would not wish it upon anyone else. Oh, nice. Nice, Gus. Yeah, Gus, I don't think you're... So I take like a little 8-inch flour one, and I basically treat it like a par-baked thin crust pizza shell or thing. Yeah. I do that, especially like lime and maybe a little tahini on it. Ooh, yeah. Oh, dude, they're dangerously good, like legit. I mean, like one of them, like a whole personal pizza, basically ends up being the same calories, as like a slice from like a Costco pizza. Nice. So you'll have a pizza tostada or a pizza taquito or something? Pizza taquito. Yeah, buddy. Nice. Yeah, I can't have too much almonds, unfortunately.
Let me move the instructions over here. Navigate to streaming tools, overlays. Okay, so overlays. Create a new overlay or open an existing one. Create new overlay. Okay, this is it. Alright, let's start here, and this is going to be... maybe later. This is going to be the Elden Ring. Overlay, prototype, there we go. Okay, and then now what? Okay, add widget, choose stream chat. Okay.
Oh, you know what?
Custom font family. All right, we're gonna leave the font for now. Let's put a secondary text shadow. Okay, that's there.
You know, unified chat's gonna be glorious.
It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be phenomenal.
Okay, hold on. Let me click off of this. Now, let's add another one. Let's see here, static custom.
You gotta add a little, yeah, for yourself.
Hold on.
Your okay.
Yeah, I'm figuring this out.
You're doing great, sir. You're doing great.
Now the question here is...
Don't mind the peanut gallery over here.
Custom widget. There's a video. There's image. Well, let's see what...
Oh yeah, pizza toast is good.
Hey, so here's the one that it spit out, Whiskers. This is the one that you kind of turned out like that.
I mean, I wish I wish it was
consistent. Yeah.
I wish it was mirrored.
I like this one the best. And then it cut off the border thing right here. So let's see if I can fix that. Let me fix that. Let's do this.
No, yeah, that's pretty. I mean, that's not bad actually, because it looks like they're looking at the tree. That's not bad at all.
This one's not. That one's this. It's just if the text wasn't there. So this one's okay, but I don't add the color. This one's good. I mean, we can have the thing cut off. It's a prototype.
You could adjust the color.
We'll change it later. This is just a prototype. All right. So let me try something here.
Yeah.
So let me get here, click here, and then we're just gonna cut this baby out. What the fuck?
Why don't you just download it?
Because it's in like an SCV format or some shit, and I have to tell it to run a Python script and convert it to PNG and blah blah blah. But it's just easier to take the fucking screenshot.
Convert. Okay.
Okay, so we're doing live stream assets, new folder. This is going to be stream overlays. New folder.
He's hyper focused right now, Mr. Whiskers.
Elden Ring prototype. There we go. It's the ADHD. And then we gotta do the
I mean,
chat background. There we go. Okay, cool. And then, well, here, I'll do you one better, actually.
You.
There you go, Whiskers. That's the image. You can download it. Heck yeah, man. Alright. We're over here. We're over here. We're over here. Okay, let's just close that. Alright. So here's Elden Ring prototype. Here's the stuff. Now, is it possible to change the settings? Dark chat. Custom. There it is. Perfect. Alright, now. What I need to do is static image there. Okay, set image. Select file. Custom right there. Boom, got it. Oh, we can just take the border off. Let's just do that. Whoops. Fuck. What's going on?
Control Z.
How did I get it? No, I did Control Z, and now I'm up here in the name of the thing, prototype. So don't hit Control Z. Prototype. That's what you get for web-based tools. Oh, set image. Oh, somebody say. Oh, here. Let's just test. Which one is that? Oh, that's the Twitch one. Okay, hold on. Let me. All right, hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Okay. Test YouTube. All right, let's go back.
You got me fucking losing my train of thought, shit, motherfucker. What was that?
Layers. Settings. Size. Opacity. Rotation. Hold on. Leave. Let's try this again. Edit. Add widget. Stream tools. Here's the chat. I think it's, yeah, you're right. So these instructions aren't correct then. Okay. There is no way to combine chats in the overlay editor. Look online for how to do this. Okay. Apologies for any... Let's pull this over here so everybody can see it. Apologies for any confusion earlier. Currently, Stream Elements does not support combining Twitch and YouTube chats in a single overlay. While you can link both accounts for multi-streaming purposes, the overlay editor only allows you to add chat widgets for one platform at a time. Alternative solutions for combined chat. Aggregates chats from multiple platforms into one interface. Use the provided browser URL in the streaming software to display the combined chat. Okay. Caster Labs Multi-Chat. Open source application that merges chats from various platforms. How to use. Download Caster Labs, connect your streaming accounts, customize the chat appearance and integrate it into your stream via a browser source. Okay. Oh, well, it's a toss violation. Wait a minute, what is this? Introducing the multi-platform activity feed. Okay, so I can't do merge chats from... Alright, so it looks like we're just going to do the Twitch one. Well, that's... Well, fine. I don't even need other tools to do what I got in mind now, so let's do this. Okay, we're going to go here. We're going to click here, and we're just going to do this. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm going to do a much better... There's a much better way to do this, but we'll get to it later. I want to get to gaming. Let's go ahead and hide the agenda for now. And what I'd like to do is click here. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, what is this? Share middle screen with webcam. Let's get rid of that. No, leave it. Leave it. That should be full size. The middle monitor, though. There we go. Okay, that's better. All right, now. Add image. Chat background image. Okay, browse. Stream overlays right there. Elden Ring, chat background. Okay. There we go. There we go. Scale filtering, transform. Preview scaling. Scale to window.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes. There we go. Okay, that'll be good for starters. Now, is it possible to... Okay, filters, great. Add. Apply LUT, color key. Sharpen scroll. Color correction, LUT, cancel. Crop, pad. Image, mask, blend, luma key, render delay, scroll, sharpen. Chroma key. Please specify the name of the... Okay, then let's just do this. Add.
Oh, Mr. Whiskers was shit. Mr. Whiskers was mentioning another track.
Okay. There we go.
I do not want to flood Twitch.
Oh wow, I guess I have to restart OBS to be able to select that font. That sucks. Okay, what else is installed?
Hello.
Hey.
Stuff crashed and I've resolved it. Hello. I have returned, gentlemen. I was going to say, Gus, you probably heard something. Gus said, dabbled with some AI using Faster Whisper XXL to create subtitles for trading videos. Oh, nice. Oh. Hell yeah. I'm, what am I working on today? I have been working on some Rust development and, yeah, Rust and Linux stuff.
Okay.
But I was saying, the one font thing that you had there in the background was a good choice.
Thank you.
Is that what you're going to use for chat?
Well, it's
no.
Like this is just I have done enough. We're gonna start playing Elden Ring now. This is just the proto. This is just to give everybody an idea of what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we'll actually I'll spend more time on
No, not Rust the game. Like Rust the programming.
Programming language. Yeah.
I do not work for Face Punch. I think that is.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, let me take a quick bio, and then we'll settle in and get the Elden Ring going.
Dude, that tree looks badass.
It does look pretty good. I like the way it. Wait until I get, and I know how to animate it.
Hold on.
No, wait until I animate it and they change.
Yeah. Hold on. Can everyone read? Can people read that? Like,
is that well? If you, I mean, so what you'd want to do is go make it full screen and then tell me if you can read it, because that's the idea. You should be able to make the YouTube thing full screen. And this is just a first attempt. Like, I can play around with it more.
I mean, it's a little small for my eyes, but I also cannot read any of the text in your calendar stuff.
Oh, okay.
You should really, get feedback from others, not just me, because I don't have like
Let me see it.
An ideal setup at the moment for how. Small for me too, says Gus. Okay. And Mr. Whisker says, I sit about 3 feet away from my 27-inch monitor, so it's a bit small for me. Yeah. Uh-oh.
Okay, it does look kind of visible. But I need to, like...
Everyone says it's small.
Okay. All right. Well, then we'll leave it for now, and then tomorrow we will improve it. We're going to go ahead and we will... I definitely want to... continue to improve it, but we'll do that for another day.
That's fine.
Okay, so we can close this. All right, give me BRB bio.
Okay. Where was I? Yeah, I need to change my sitting position. Oh shit! Oh my god! I'm sitting here, not fucking plugged in. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm just like burning through the battery. Glad I caught that in time. So, Gus, that's a great use for AI tools, buddy. Where was I? What are we doing? What are we doing? We are... we have resolved my systems issues. Oh, no. The fuck is going on here? Yeah, with a particular player, it is supposed to be able to create subs on the fly while watching a video. But yeah, that's probably required. Well, hold on. I'm gonna reboot, and I'll be right back. Greetings. Back. Nope. Let's try that again. Use your flame breath shit. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I know what you're saying now. Toasty. Can you hear me okay?
I've been muted this whole time. Damn it. You didn't hear what I was telling you, did you?
Yeah.
I was talking specifically
No.
to Mr. Whiskers. Okay, well, here. Let me show you again, Mr. Whiskers. I'm sorry, man. I didn't realize I was on mute. I really need to work with Phoebus to get that plugin created where the stream will beep at me if it starts detecting microphone input while the mic is muted. And that when I start talking and I hear beep, 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 it means unmute microphone. Anyway, what I was saying is we've got this is on the to-do list, the first Elden Ring video, and this is based off the notes that I took yesterday and then further refined. The working title is What It's Like Playing Your First Week of a Souls-like Game. And then we do an intro, and then we'll make jokes about the game, and, you know, day 1, die, low level gear, day 2, die, low level gear. And then eventually we get to day 7 when the Doom, and then, you know, just title card, day 7. You know, and then you hear the Doom music start, and then we install this mod, and we do all of the combat for day 7 in first person to the Doom music, and then I know I can add like a HUD or something in post through the editor or something. So there you go. I'm sorry I was muted. I was just telling you about the we'll be working on this too. Yeah, I further refined it. We've got. I'm excited. I think it's going to turn out great. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Okay. There we go. Everything looks good. Oops. Oh, not you too. Go get our rounds. I mean, look Look at all these runes. Now, is that one of those special ones that contains an ashes? Those big dogs are a pain in the ass. What do you mean? Oh, I can't cast it mounted? Ow.
Yeah, he was telling you had to do something special to it yesterday to do that. Mr. Whiskers was asking, have you eaten an actual boss with Dragon Maw yet?
Nope.
And then that lock-on targeting switch has a slider in the settings menu for sensitivity. Oh. And then Gus said it looks like Swifty's using my glasses to play WoW off Steam Deck in his latest video. You can play WoW off a Steam Deck?
Yes.
What? What? How? That's crazy.
What are we doing? What's the plan? We're going this way. We're going to go around this way. We're going to follow this road all the way down. There's nothing. I haven't.
They're pretty decent.
What's the name of them again?
I might end the Vitcher XR Pros. I might end up getting. I mean, I just wanted them as like a monitor replacement. Is my use case for them, right? Yeah. Mr. Whisker says best use of Dragon Maw. Get off horse. Can't be used horseback. Wait for enemy to attack. Dodge the attack. Then cast Dragon Maw, and you can also free aim it as opposed to auto target.
Okay, that's good to know. Oh, I know. Let's go check out this town where there's some Bernie boys. This is where they're having Burning Man this year. Look, let me show you. This is where they're having Burning Man. See, look, Burning Man. See, look, Burning Man. Hey. You're not looking too hot. Oh. What is that? What the fuck is that?
A friend.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit!
Okay, good. We've got the.
You don't want to stick too damn close.
We don't.
Oh. You're getting a bit of echo from me? Okay, I'll he has a different brand apparently.
Oh no. Oh, attack. Oh. No. Okay, you got to attack him from the rear. His armor's weak in the rear. Oh, there's a guy driving it. Oh. Oh, you got to attack the guy driving it instead of the big brass effigy. You gotta, maybe the scythe will swing through flesh easier than it will a giant brass head.
Oh wait. I've turned down the volume of my thing, so hopefully that won't bleed over into the microphone anymore.
Those guys are gonna get up. Oh, they didn't get up. Okay, good. Okay. Oh shit, they're getting up. I was trying to sneak around behind this guy, but it's not gonna happen. There's another one right there. Oh shit! Oh shit. A fire blossom. Oh, 5 smoldering butterflies and 3 fire blossoms. Very good. Okay. Well, let's see what's over here too. Oh, whoa. Shit! Get out of the thing! There we go. Okay, I'm remembering how to play the game now. Oh shit! That's a big turkey. You still coming this way? Where was that thing? I heard something. There's a side of grace down there. I hear him. You hear him? Where's the little guy? He's right there. You son of a bitch. There's a dog. Oh, they're like hunting it. The AI in this game is yep, that's what's happening right now. He's gonna aggro.
What's happening right now?
I'm watching
the dog
do some work.
Ooh. You know, I really should switch to Opus.
There's a fort up here. Let's get the side of grace and then let's go check out that fort up there. Oh, I hear one of those things. Oh, it's one of those.
Maximum overdrive. Why does that sound familiar?
Wasn't it like a
video game?
I think it was like a Marvel phase. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, that would, because Gus said, LOL, that looks like the Maximum Overdrive Green Goblin truck.
Oh.
Which would make sense.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh, shit. Don't look this way! No, doggy. No, bad doggy. No. No, there's a dog over there, too. No dogs. We're not dogs, no doggies. He's still coming. He's still coming. Okay, we'll go get that thing later. He's still over there. I hear another one. What is that? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, he's shooting at stuff over there. Is he shooting at me? I guess so. Get on the other side. Gotta get on the right side. Ouch. just a... Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm glad he didn't toot his horn. Okay. Oh, it's got aggro on me? We didn't take any range.
Is that dog holding a sword?
He's got, like, weapons, yes.
Okay.
Oh, I guess he doesn't have stamina that runs out. Alright, well, he be dodging. He be dodging. We didn't take any... Oh, we didn't take range with us. That's our problem. Oh, fuck. Shit. Shit.
Gus was saying they like to attach swords to animals' legs in the game, it appears. Yes.
Got my flasks refilling on that too.
Dude, I'll tell you what, that guy you were just fighting has some pretty badass armor.
He did.
That shit looks pretty sweet, man.
Sir Jiren, he says. Haha, got you. Yeah, you took a little damage. Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you? Okay, a level lower. Here, let me get out of combat first. Oh, he's still aggroed. Okay, that's fine. Hold on, let me. You said there's something lower. Let me just check out what's over here real quick. We'll see if there's something on top of the ladder. There's a tower with a ladder. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm going the right spot. Okay.
Enough bitch.
Oh. Let's do it. Let's get out of this crazy place. Oh shit, we're right back to where we started. Maybe not. Where are we? Oh no. Oh wow, we're in the middle of nowhere. Oh no. We're in deep, y'all. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah, Curly. Is it me? Is it? It's
Like
probably
what?
because I'm in Discord. I'm only hearing you out of the right side. Hold on, let me check. Never mind. I'll shut up.
They got a fucking trebuchet. They got. Oh, they're shooting shit at me. What the fuck is that? We're getting out of here. Get out of here. Go back to the bridge. Go back to the bridge. Go back. Are those dogs on fire? No, that's just... Okay. Okay, let's get out of here. We didn't plan to make it all the way over there just yet. Let's see here. We got everything down here, didn't we? The Grace is still saying to go this way? What did we miss? And then it's saying to go this way. I don't think we missed anything. The Grace will always be like that. Oh, okay.
Grace will be like that always. Okay.
Well then, let's go back here and work our way south. That was the original plan. South it is. Oh, this is the right way.
Mr. Whisker says, in these ruins, there's a way to get underground and boss fight.
Alright, well let's figure it out.
And I might...
Oh shit.
I might switch. I have a few operating systems installed on my laptop, and I might switch over to a different one to see if that resolves some of the issues that I seem to be having at the moment. I just gotta let the thing complete that I got running. It's okay. Ooh, that guy. Just out of there, just in the nick of time.
That's what the sprint button's for.
Mr. Whisker says, if you imagine a boulder around these ruins, the underground entrance... Oh, if you imagine a border around these ruins, the underground entrance to the boss fight is on the northern edge of the border.
Let's level up. I think we got enough runes. We do. So we're at 20 vigor, which is good. What did we need? We needed more. Oh wait, I know. We haven't tried out the Zwei handle yet.
There you go. 20 vigor is better, but 30 would be fantastic.
Okay, well that's what we'll do. Oh, and there's this lance we gotta try out.
Oh.
Wow, that thing's heavy as fuck. sounds. No wonder. Okay. I just want to see it. Okay, that's what I thought.
I'm gonna bounce over to a different operating system, and I'll be back momentarily. Be right back.
Good luck. Knocked him down. It staggered him every hit. That was nice. Yeah, it's kind of slow. Let's try two-handed it real quick. No. Oh, damn. Come on. Damn. Oh, I got him. Oh, there's a site of grace right over there too. Alright, let's go back and get our runs. Oh, we really need to go get those rounds too. There's like 15,000 rounds sitting over there. I didn't actually level up yet because I was like equipped with this Y-hander and damn, I hope I don't lose all these. Oh, it's right here. We gotta go up on this thing. This game has a lot of elements of eldritch horror to it. get that item. Don't mind me, just grabbing the runes. Just grabbing the runes. Oh, it's a finger lady. Go away, bird. Don't look at me. Don't look at me, bird. Okay, he's walking away. Alright, now, I really think that these ladies are absolutely full of shit.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Are you one for festivals or flowers?
How about a flower festival?
To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn.
Ooh, let's go.
To the east, the heart and bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the scarlet rot?
You got anything else to say?
You're...
No. Alright, oh. Well, I gotta tell you, I like the idea of getting the stars moving again. That's what Moon Mommy wants to do. Blue Moon Mommy with the hat, with the mage hat. We said we'd help her, so let's go south and get them stars rolling again. Yeah, I guess we could go find. Oh, fucking bird! I can't do the boss fight if I die to the damn bird that's been stalking me this whole time. In fact, you know what the first thing I want to do? The first thing I want to do is rest here and level up. Okay, I really think we could put some more points in endurance. Look, we haven't put any points in endurance. Let's get endurance to like 15. What do you think? And then we'll get vigor to 30. Okay. I'm gonna start putting some points in endurance. There we go. Alright. Okay, these are the ruins? Yeah, that's what you were saying. Okay. If you imagine a border, the underground entrance of the boss is northern edge of the border. Okay, well, we got, this is the southern side. We're on the southern side of the thing. Okay, now we're on the northern side. And let me get my trusty wing. Oh, it's on there. I just need to put it on the right thing. There we go. Okay, I'm feeling better. Look south from Grace. Alright, well here we are. This is here. Alright, now we're going to go south. Oh, they're laying under the ground. You think I'm foolish? You think you're fooling me? I knew it. I'm on to you. I'm on to all of you. You just kind of have to wait for them to explode, and then you get the you get the runes anyway. There's nothing in here. I mean, there was something in here. We cleaned it out. I think we already checked in there. Oh, wow. Well, those things are worth over 1,000 runes. Left side of ruins. Oh, just in time. Try mushroom. Oh, you mean I can't fit in there? There we go. There we go. I see some stairs right there. There's a dude over there. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go gank him. Nope. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, Fire Snot, over here. You are worth 1,000 runes, buddy. Well, now he's over to the next one. Damn. Come on this way. Oh, hey, buddy. Dragon, all that for a dragonfly head? Motherfucker. Alright, where were we? Here it is, right there. Oh boy. Alright, well let's just go die. Oh my goodness gracious. Shit. Oh, I thought I drank the flask. I should have drank it right before I walked in there. Hammer and flail, huh? got him less than half. Okay. Alright, hold on. That's right above and beyond. We totally Leroyed it. Let's see here. Yeah, significantly base damage, temporarily boost strength. I like that flask. Okay. Oh, we need 1,600 to level up. That's great. Oh. Just so you're aware. Yes, one hit. No!
Greetings.
You promised me this was a boss killer.
Who?
Whiskers told me that the Dragon Maul was a boss killer. It did like...
In the right hands, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Well, it's in the wrong hands with me. I can tell you that right now.
Well, hold on. Remember, like the last boss, it took a minute.
And the Dragon Maul can be blocked by the Pumpkinhead shield. Okay.
Let me get chat loaded again. Now that I'm not hamstrung. Oh.
Get out of there! Here, let's remove that, and let's
see here. You do great damage with that bleed, with the bleed. That damage negation portion of the flask last one for one hit, so you're aware. The helmet of the Pumpkinhead acts as a shield, and the Dragon's Maw can be blocked. Did you get all that?
I did. We're going in with light armor this time.
And I definitely cannot read Twitch chat at all on...
Yeah, well, I'll make it better.
I know. I'm just saying. I
just
have you on a
concept.
television.
Yeah.
What was I doing like this? Redoing everything I've done for the last 2 days. Fuck. It will be worth it. This works far more seamlessly anyways. Jesus Christ. Would you like?
You can parry. You can parry, but I'm not set up to parry. Actually, I think I might have to learn how to parry for this fight.
Oh, there it is. Jesus.
Oh, there's a parry shield, and that'll get me a medium. Okay, that's a no skill. 3.5, 4, 76, 90. Okay, that's still the best shield. At least for my build. Well, let's do parry there. Alright, let's try to parry some shit. There we go. Oh, that's on the wrong thing. Whoops.
Oh, nope.
Okay. I gotta press the skill button right as the swing is gonna connect, basically, right?
I think so. Like probably like a half a second before.
Okay. Here goes nothing. I'm sure Mr. Whiskers knows how many frames. Shit, yeah. Damn. I feel like we need to come back here when we're ready. I'm not ready for a fight like that.
Well, is there any? I mean,
are
you doing damage to any of them?
I mean, yeah. The problem is there's two of them, and every other fight and playstyle that I've employed thus far, like I can run away for a little bit, but they're in a tiny little thing, and that's the challenge. So I'll come back later when I figure out some sort of strategy that'll function in there, because I don't have one right now. I mean, the other option is to equip this bow and some fire arrows.
Right, I don't think fire is going to work on them. Do you have any ice spells?
Oh, I think fire will work on those guys because they're not of the fire realm. They are they're from other places. Remove. I'm not actually talking about I'm talking about the two bosses, or the boss that is those two guys, basically. There we go. Okay. Okay. I should put that in the... There we go. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh no! Damn. Still not enough time to get away from him. Oh shit. I like how that arrow's just sticking out of his helmet, taunting me. See, I'm in a room. Oh, you're trapped in here now.
For fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, fuck is it 8 o'clock? Shit. See, there's always one. Yeah, I'm not ready for this fight. I tried it. Mark can come back. I don't know what to do. It's getting late.
think you're right.
Mr. Whisker says your vigor is very low for this area. The place you should be in is Lernia of the Lakes. Your vigor is too low.
Vigor what?
Is too low.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Well, by you responding that way, really saved any terms of service violation, so it's fine.
Dude,
if you had responded different, we would have screwed the channel over.
I'm so focused on.
Well, you heard what I said. Is the point? That's the
100%. A minute.
All right, let me try. I'm gonna learn how to parry.
Mr. Whisker says, "Vigor, please."
Can I parry these guys? These look like monsters. I think I can only parry weapons, right?
I don't know. I mean, now's a great time. You know how you can check.
I'm gonna try.
User testing right now. Just
here we go.
Try it.
No, that was clearly not a thing.
Yes, more vigor, please. Vigor and vim. Ooh. Okay. I updated that. I can back out of this. There. Yes. Yes. Load you fucks.
I think Mr. Whiskers is a master level troll. You want to know why?
Is a minister level troll?
He's a master level troll because he talked me up about these dragon spells and how one's the boss killer, and I'm like, okay, so I equip the dragon spell and I go in there with the 2 and then I use it and it doesn't do shit. It's like, oh yeah, those have helmets on.
Your mileage may vary. Some of it's a skill issue. Some of it's like a
skill issue.
Some of it's a skill issue. Some of it's also an issue of you've neglected your health pool to this level of the game. So much so that multiple people frequently comment about how low your vigor is and are shocked by it.
I'm just playing the game on hard mode, that's all.
I mean, sure, but traditionally, at least in my experience, for most video games, one would either, spec for HP and armor, right? Traditional taking type roles, or one might go for a more dexterity evasion based build. Now, having not played this game, I don't know if those are viable traditional tropes that have made into this.
Next playthrough, we go maidenless.
Well,
that means you can't level up. Just kidding.
Oh.
There's people that go through this game and do that. They play
Sure.
this game on one level. They might be cheating.
No, it's
a couple of them.
Skill issue.
Oops. jeez, that hurt. God, the controller scheme of this game is just holding it back so much. I just fantasize about what it would be like to have a hotkey for everything I try to do right now. It's so amazing. Ow! What the fuck was that?
But seriously, Dragon Ball is a very strong spell. Most people in this game shoot for 60 vigor by the mid-end game. Are you still on keyboard? Question mark.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Xbox/PlayStation controller is amazing for this game. And the devs have stated multiple times that they highly suggest using a controller. No.
Yeah,
so it's like COD, where they make it easier for the... Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's basically my fantasy, is to design a game kind of close to this, but with the combat lasts a little bit longer. And you just have a buttload of fucking hotkeys. I might switch to a controller.
I think it sounds like you're self-selecting for a very small audience. Perhaps it would be best to take a design approach that was not having like a predefined control scheme, and just let the game design development go naturally, and then figure it out according to what the design principles and things that you want to include. And yes, he's still using keyboard and mouse.
You underestimate my power.
I mean, okay.
If I switched over to controller right now, I guarantee you the gameplay would be worse. I remember the whole time I was playing God of War, Ragnarok, or whatever the fuck it was, I was like, man, I wish I had a keyboard. Because I had all these ideas for these moves, but I just couldn't get my fingers to do the stuff on the keyboard fast enough.
On the controller?
On the controller, yeah. Because you could, like, throw your axe at somebody, and then you'd switch to fists. And, like, I wanted to do it, like, all, like, throw the axe over here, beat this guy up, and then, like, after he falls back, then you do this running charge at him, and then you jump up in the air, and then you recall your axe, and then you swing down two hands while you're in the air and smash the dude that you were focusing on with your fists. And I did it, like, once or twice, so I know it can be done. But I could never fucking pull it off with the controller when I wanted to. I did it like one time, and yeah, pretty much. I did it one time, and a friend was watching. He was like, "Holy shit! I didn't know that you could do that, dude. That was so badass." Let me cookbook. Oh, and the other comment from the guy watching me at the time was, "Man, it's so much better watching you play games because you figure stuff out pretty quick." I tried watching my brother play this game. I almost lost my mind.
I'm gonna fucking scream. Oh my god.
I am a predator.
Global shortcuts. Where are my global shortcuts?
Don't you start that shit again.
Twenty vigor and Khalid and using keyboard mouse blew his mind.
Welcome to the live stream, bud. My name's Nexius. I'm here all week. Turn the
Blew
wheel.
his mind.
He told his friend. I think he told his friend.
Oh.
He's like, I'm watching some noob play Elden Ring for the first time. He got 20 vigor and he's in Khalid trying bosses out. He's a masochist. What is all this? What do we got over here? We got a bunch of those things. Alright, well, it's time to clear out the pests. Oh, it's still alive?
Oh, his friend's mind about the game, God of War gameplay.
I can take him.
Just like you can fix her?
Okay, well we did all that for 2 smithing stones, so it's fine. Okay, I thought maybe there'd be something over there. I guess not. A bunch of lilies, though. Bear.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
There's an item in front of this bear. Got it. Leave me alone, bear. I deboed your lunch. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's a thing. Let's go ahead and rest up. What are we at? Only 2K. Okay. Oh, let's do this. Let's stick with that for a little while. I need some range. Yeah, let's go this way before we go in. What's this way? Looks like there's stuff over here. Or not. Oh, I will definitely use the dragon spell more. I will find the appropriate situation. I'm sure there will come another boss that will get dragon bite. Oh no! I was teasing you about being a troll, by the way. I wasn't being serious. I don't want you to think I was being serious about the troll part. Okay, we're back up by the bears again. All right, let's go this way. What's Dude, what? Sleep. What do you got? What do you got? Oh, he shot those. Yeah, yeah. Oh no!
No, for fuck's sake. There.
Come at me. Throw him at me. Throw him. Come on. Come on, buddy. I'm ready for you. Ready. I'm ready. Do it. Do it. Do it. Damn it. Oh, no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are we? Oh, the bridge. I never looked down this way. I'll get right here. Follow the bridge to the castle. Oh, let's go get our runes real quick. And then we'll go back and go the other way. Isn't it nighttime now? Oh.
Set time to night at Grace.
I already did it. Yeah, I saw him. I saw him say that. He wants me to fight this. He's right there. He's right there. He's right there. Oh, he's a big evil boy. Ow! He was waiting for me. Oh no! lining up. Oh, that hurt. Okay, well. Alright. Clear. These tactics are not working. Wait. That's to the right. Oh, I get it. Okay. Oh, you can hold down. You can charge that? I did not know you could. I'm glad you told me that. I will charge Black Flame next to... What the fuck is that? Oh, it's those guys. Okay, I've seen those guys before. What's over here? What was that? Oh, one of those. Ow! What? Whoa! Ow! Deploy the skeletons. Ow. Alright, let's try to parry these guys. Come on. Come on. I gotta learn how to parry. Come on. Swing. Got you. Missed it. Block it. Oh! See the hot balloon? Destroy. Okay.
Did you destroy the hat balloon?
Nope. There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Whiskers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whiskers.
Who I still haven't decided if he really likes cats or has a mustache.
I'm gonna go with mustache.
And he says you're welcome.
Oh, here's the map.
And what's the I shaved on Friday? Thursday, maybe?
And there's a Rose Church. Oh, that's where the skeletons are. We need to go get that anti-undead weapon. That's what we need to go do.
Relax.
Wait, let's do this. Here, let me go take a bio break. I'll be right back. Okay.
Third Church of Markia to the north across the river. It's a scarab with the sacred blade, Ashes of War. Next. The church is the place you first picked up the sight, the size
The physic. Physic.
Oh.
First step, cave of knowledge. Church of Marika, north across the river.
See the big tree icon in Limgrave? Limgrave? To the north. Why is my fucking print screen not working?
I think I've taken that before. I think that teleports me all the way over somewhere.
Oh. Was I doing that wrong the whole time? Oh. Up above on the cliff to the north, up on the cliff across the water.
Got it. There it is, right there. Boing. Oh, it just gets me over there. Okay.
Fuck. I know what my problem is. I need to get some medicine.
Oh, it's an Ashes of War.
You right back.
See ya.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
There it is. Unusable on melee armaments. Whips, fists, and claws accepted. Grants. Unusable on melee armaments. Whips, fists, and claws accepted. Okay.
Back already, no matter.
Well, I don't see it. Unusable on melee armaments. Whips, fists, and claws. Accepted? So there's an exception that you can use it on whips, fists, and claws? Or you can't use it on those? So you can't use it at all? How do you know what to use it on, is the question.
Back already, no matter.
Didn't I just put it on? Unusable. Usable on melee armaments. Okay.
Back already, no matter.
Now this is weird.
Oh, that's weird.
What's a somber weapon? Okay. Where does it say somber?
The scythe you have is a somber weapon, so it cannot be infused with any Ashes of War.
How do I know that?
You just found out.
That's my point. Like, where does it say somber weapon? Okay. Well, then I'm not sure which weapon I want to put it on. I like the claw on the broadsword.
So what? So tell me about the thing that you just got then.
It does increased damage to undead.
Okay. What weapons do you have that are fucking rad as shit? A somber weapon is a special weapon that uses somber smithing stones as opposed to regular smithing stones. So, wait, Mr. Whiskers, if he had somber smithing stones, would he be able to
what he means by that is if you need to upgrade a weapon with somber smithing stones, you can't put the Ashes of War on it. And the winged scythe is a special weapon that takes somber stones.
Okay.
So I'm deciding on whether I want to figure out which weapon to put it on. I might just wait. I don't want to take it off the broadsword. I like the Stormblade on the broadsword. It comes in handy when I need it. The Colossal Sword, it's too heavy right now. It's too heavy to wield. We have the requirements to be able to wield it, but we're heavy load because the weight of the Colossal weapon is 15 pounds. So...
the way you can tell is next to weapon picture in inventory, there will be a black box next to the picture of it. If it can be infused.
Okay.
Somber weapons will not have that black box. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Beating my head against the wall. Fucking wasting stupid goddamn time.
Okay, I don't know which weapon I want to put it on. It's getting late. It's hard for me to make decisions.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's getting late.
Just play and have fun.
Can't proceed without glintstone. Okay. We must acquire glintstone.
And then profit?
And then, yeah, we get access to the big mage college, I guess. What was that noise?
Damn. Oh, sorry. That was just a notification on my phone.
Oh.
I apologize. I happened to pick up my phone. Adjusting the lighting.
Can block that? Oh, I don't have my shield out. Duh. Oh, I gotta practice parrying some more. That's right. Ha! Shit. I guess parrying a great weapon's not a good idea.
Damn.
Get the key. He said get the key.
The key to get is to the west of the castle on the map. It's a small island in the water on the map.
Whoop. Must be in that. North. To the west.
Nope, that's to to the northwest. I'm saying it's to the west. Due west. Where are you on the map?
Heading due west.
Okay. It's in the water.
Yep. I'm realizing I can't get down there right now.
Okay. Can't jump down?
Too far.
Oh. Can't do your special move right before you hit the ground? Can't blink right before you hit the ground?
No, can't blink right before you hit the ground in this game.
Just when they get back to normal. Hilarious. 10 out of 10. By the way, you have your BRB bio thing on.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Bear. Ooh, graveyard. What the fuck is that? Oh, 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 oh! Well, don't I feel clever? Oh no. Oh shit.
There you are. You've had your audience. With the two fingers at the round table hold. What was your impression? Aha. Your intuition serves you well. My doubts had been piling up, you see. The words of the two fingers cannot be trusted. Truly, naught but rambling, senile delusions. I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind. That's the part that irks them most.
What I'm trying to figure out is why there are two fingers.
Oh, I have a gift for a means for circumventing the
Because one is not enough and three is too many?
Try, won't you? And if it please you, may we meet again. I've high hopes for you.
Without lube?
Oh, wait, I was already here. I killed some dude. There's a naughty boy in there. When he comes out again, we're getting our horse. There he is. Fuck him. Nope. Nope.
No.
Nope. We're not doing it again. We already killed him once. We killed him once. We don't need to do it again.
Man. But where's the key?
I'm looking for it.
He's
West
behind
of the middle of the castle. Ow. Oh, he's throwing shit?
I mean, it sounds like you need to kill him. Fuck him up. Kick his ass, Seabass.
Alright, well, you put it that way.
The island is to the southwest of the castle.
Oh, shit.
Fucking Tweedledee and Tweedledum here. God damn. There's an island directly west. Oh yeah, those guys went down quick. West, point west.
I'm going west.
Go west, young man. Nope, stop turning. That little fucker. No, nope. Stay. Eyes on the prize. Nope. Eyes on the prize.
Oh shit! No. No. Oh, ow.
Hit him. Why are you running?
Okay, he's gone.
Why didn't you just kill him?
Because he's hard to kill. I already killed him once. And I didn't really feel like fucking with him again.
Yeah, I heard you say, oh no, or oh shit, or something. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, because there's about a 10-second delay, and I was like, I gotta see what this is about. LOL, this is crazy. West of the castle on the map, directly west. Oh, kill it. After you're done killing this guy, open up your map so we can all see. I'm gonna build a bot so chat can yell at you.
Island to the southwest of the castle. Well, this is southwest, and this is a castle. So it's either this one, so not Temple Quarter. The Rose Church? Over here? This one? This one? 1, 2. 1, 2. Those are islands that are west. This is west. Oh, ow!
2.
Oh wait, that's a potion. Damn it. Oh, they're all over. Oh, they followed me. We would have got here eventually. Don't be mad.
He's not trolling, I promise. For Pete's sake.
this is just a bunch of mana. Okay.
So are you on the correct thing now?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think so.
I think so. Above and beyond is saying,
Oh,
well,
what
he
the
did
fuck
it.
was that? Okay, we gotta remember that. There's a thing here. Okay, we'll come back for that.
Northeast from this island you are on. Did you hear me?
Yes. That little bitch.
Northeast. Northeast. Northeast.
What is that? That looks like a big dragon. I think it's a dragon. Are you trying to get me to go to the dragon?
Hopefully. No. Oh, did I not mention the key was guarded by a dragon? Excellent.
I think you neglected to mention it.
Where's the closest side of Grace? Maybe you can sneak up on this one like the last one, or not, or not, or you maybe shouldn't have been running around in front of his face.
That's okay. I got the item.
Oh,
I snuck in and I deboed it.
You better run, son.
I'm out of here. We're gone. We are exit stage right even. He's a pretty boy. We're gonna come back for that booty. Ow.
I mean, it's a badass looking dragon. I will say the dragons do look cool in this game.
Yeah, there's more than 3 of them. I'm looking at you, George.
By the way, that dragon will drop a heart and give you another dragon spell that
Yes.
will be located at the Dragon Cathedral in South Khalid.
Yep, you can entice me all you want. We'll do it later. Oh, let's mark the dragon real quick, though. Let's put him on the map. Okay, it's that thing right up there. Oops. Marker. We gotta put a skull right there. That means dragon.
Oh, man, my fucking TV is like way goddamn behind.
I think it catches up if you just refresh. It goes back to just like a few. I don't know why we don't just fast travel over there. There we go.
Okay, yeah, now we're good.
Yes, the dragon
assume
will
it's an
materialize
artifact.
tomorrow. Oh boy, we did it. Okay, we're gonna spend like I gotta go to bed, but I want to see what's in here.
Oh yeah. Forget. You're in a different time zone.
All right. In fact, we'll just pick this up tomorrow. We got the grace. We got through the thing. We got the key. We avoid killing a dragon.
Hell yeah.
What's in here? It's a huge castle. And I know it is a huge castle, and I want to spend hours exploring it, but it's fucking 12:30. It's 12:15. I gotta go to bed. I can't be staying up super late.
Fair. Yeah. Good progress, sir. Good progress.
We did make some progress. We got a lot of stuff done. Return to desktop. We got things organized. We got a bunch of subs from Above and Beyond. If he's still here, thanks again, Above and Beyond. And then he also provided a donation and suggested that we use Ko-Fi anyway. So we got all that set up, and then we've got a prototype. A proof of concept for the stream layout, at least for custom game layouts.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, Mr. Whiskers, a pleasure as always, and everybody
Mr.
else
Whiskers,
is
thanks
here.
for stopping by.
Yeah.
We'll probably be the same version of the stream tomorrow. Like during the week, you've been around on like the gaming. Whiskers has been around for like most of the gaming streams, but then most of the weekday streams will go like this. I'll probably work like for 2/3 of it. Or at least half of it, and then we'll switch over to gaming or something. And also during the week we work on like other video projects to go up on the YouTube channel, like the Skyrim music video. I hope you went and checked out. So you guys have a good night, and I'll see you mañana. Thanks for everything, Phoebus. Thanks, Whiskers. See y'all.